never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump has been indicted for election interference that the DOJ says culminated with the January 6, 2021 Capitol riot. Special counsel Jack Smith made the announcement Tuesday.
Today, an indictment was unsealed, charging Donald J. Trump with conspiring to defraud the United States, conspiring to disenfranchise voters, and conspiring and attempting to obstruct an official proceeding.
The Department of Justice claims Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election contributed to the riot. Trump's expected to be in court on Thursday to answer to the charges. Obama-appointed Judge Tanya Chutkan has been assigned to the case. A pair of Republicans facing criminal charges now for their alleged role in trying to access Michigan voting machines. Former Attorney General candidate Mac DePerno on Tuesday was charged with undue possession of a voting machine and willfully damaging a voting machine. Ex-State Representative Dare Rendon was charged with conspiracy to commit undue possession of a voting machine and false pretenses. The two pushed claims at the time that widespread fraud in the election resulted in former President Trump's loss to Joe Biden. New Labor Department data reveals that job turnover in the U.S. has hit a 2-year low.
The data indicates there's been a cooling off of the labor market compared to pandemic-era trends. The quits rate has decreased from 2.6% in May to 2.4% in June, showing a decline in the Great Resignation that affected businesses earlier this year, although it remains slightly higher than pre-pandemic levels.
Correspondent John Schaefer. Wall Street closing mixed as investors weigh a slew of quarterly earnings reports. Uber, JetBlue, and pharmaceutical giants Merck and Pfizer all lost ground, but Caterpillar gained more than 8% to help lift the Dow. This is USA News.
Do you know what brand sells the most work shoes in America? Skechers. Why? Skechers has the best looking safety toe and slip resistant shoes around. They've got superior quality and simply incredible prices, but many people get them just for the style. So you can enjoy tough, steel-toed protection and slip-resistant soles anywhere, even if you don't need them for work. And since they're Skechers, you know they're going to be comfortable with Skechers' exclusive air-cooled memory foam. Find your new pair of Skechers safety toe and slip-resistant work shoes at a Skechers store, at Skechers.com, or wherever work shoes are sold.
Ew. Gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times, but the odor won't come out.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried new Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in one wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
A New York City Council committee is approving a resolution in support of striking actors and writers. SAG-AFTRA President Fran Drescher testified before members.
Every piece of entertainment that we see maybe has one star in it, and then everybody else is virtually unknown. But they are the edges of life.
The council committee called on the Alliance of Motion Pictures and Television Producers to engage in good faith negotiations that will result in fair contracts for the Writers Guild of America and SAG-AFTRA. Writers have been on the picket line since May. A new lawsuit alleges J.P. Morgan moved over $1 million in payments from Jeffrey Epstein to girls or women after he was no longer a client. The U.S. Virgin Islands makes the claim about the disgraced and deceased financier in a new court filing. It's part of a federal lawsuit against the company, claiming it facilitated Epstein's sex trafficking for years. Lizzo is being accused of sexual harassment and creating a hostile work environment by 3 of her former dancers. The suit alleges that Lizzo pressured the dancers to touch naked performers during a live sex show in Amsterdam's red light district. It also claims Lizzo called attention to one of the dancers' weight gain. Lizzo herself has been a public face for the body positivity movement. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
And now Martha Stewart for Skechers. When I make a dish or embark on a craft project, I always use the finest, most fabulous ingredients and materials. Which is why, when it comes to footwear, I love Skechers. Because Skechers is the comfort technology company and uses the most luxurious, innovative materials and designs to make wondrously comfortable footwear with all the fits and features like Arch Fit and Skechers' world-famous air-cooled memory foam. It's exactly the way I'd make shoes.
Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, that's my cue. It's that time once again. Time to roll into Hump Day. How about it? Let's get the party started. Welcome aboard. Got a full 5 hours coming your way live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Hope your week's going well. Seeing as it is already Hump Day, it's going pretty quick, if you ask me. Which I'll take that. Very comfortable night, the moon shining bright. Technically, it was full about 10 hours ago. Looks like a full moon to me. I don't know, do the crazies really come out on a full moon? We've seen it before, but welcome aboard. What's going on around the country? I'm not concerned about any summertime heat wave in our region. It's only 65 outside the bunker. Probably going to drop into the middle upper 50s overnight. Downright cool. And for folks in the Northeast there, where you were dealing with a heat wave a week ago, it's feeling more like September right about now. As we closed out July, rolling into August. But we are still baking in Texas, as well as Louisiana, central and southern Arkansas. We're talking excessive heat warnings, again, stretching from south central and southeastern Kansas, all the way down through much of Texas, the entire state of Louisiana. Excessive heat warnings for the coming day. Wow. Yeah, the heat continues. Depends on what part of the country you're in. Coming up, we do have an update. Much of the summer, we've been talking about Canadian wildfires. Haven't really had a lot to talk about as far as wildfire activity here in the lower 48. Looks like that's beginning to change. We've got several fires raging out west. Big one there, a massive out-of-control fire burning in both California and Nevada right now. Give you the breakdown now what's going on there as things kind of change. Overall, looking at the national radar scene, it's a good night for trailer trucking most of the country. Again tonight, we've got some of those spotty showers and thunderstorms with the monsoon out west. Looks like some rain just to the west of Salt Lake City, western and northwestern portions of Utah there, northern Nevada. Now, there's a cluster of pretty healthy thunderstorms there in northeastern Colorado, moving into southwestern Nebraska. It's going to clip the northeast corner of Kansas as well. There are some severe storms at this hour right there around Bismarck, North Dakota Central, moving over into east central North Dakota, prompting some severe thunderstorm warnings. A few scattered showers in southern Iowa, northwest or northeastern portions of Missouri there. Nothing severe. Most of the east, though, from Wisconsin to the Gulf Coast to the East Coast, it's all quiet with the exception of a few showers there in central portions of Florida. Again, nothing severe in the mix there. But, yeah, how about that cooler weather in the Northeast? Feels more like September here. The clock's ticking, though, on the dry, cool weather, according to forecasters. A more familiar regime of downpours and flash flooding, yes, may soon return. Cooler, less humid air swept into the Northeast over the weekend. Yeah, it's been showing some staying power right on the heels of the first official heat wave for Dover, Delaware, Atlantic City, New Jersey. Yeah, I had multiple days, highs upper 80s to mid 90s. That's been replaced with temperatures and humidity levels that are indeed more typical of mid-September. Temperatures dipped into the mid-30s, believe it or not, in New York's Adirondack Mountains this past morning. Millions along the I-95 corridor experienced start-of-the-day temperatures in just the middle to upper 60s. Yeah, it looks like the pattern will remain rain-free for your midweek here, continuing to allow the ground to dry out a bit after that onslaught of flooding we saw in much of July. And humidity levels, that's what you're noticing, way down for this time of year. That's going to continue through Wednesday night, then slowly begin to creep back up Thursday into Thursday night. It's probably going to take till Thursday night or Friday for things to really begin feeling sticky in that part of the country again. But the return of the higher humidity, and not out of the ordinary, it's the middle of summertime. But as the air moistens, spotty showers and thunderstorms begin to once again pop up starting Thursday afternoon, and more numerous downpours Thursday night and Friday. One difference with this late week system coming in versus the bouts of rain we've seen in recent weeks is that the ground's had 4, 5, 6 days in some cases of rain-free weather. It's really had a chance to dry up. While the sun's not as intense this time of year, you can see evaporation rates of maybe 1/4 of an inch of moisture from the topsoil on a daily basis. So this dry stretch will make a big difference in the amount of runoff and flash flooding we'll see later this week. Not nearly as much will be in the forecast. Probably going to see some travel delays Friday through the I-95 Northeast corridor from D.C. to Philadelphia, New York City, on up into Boston. This late week storm is going to be a quick moving system, rain and clouds departing by Saturday, which should set the stage for a dry weekend across much of the region. You could use that, right? As we've got the late summer, not a whole lot of weekends for the kids to get out and about before school returns. So the weekend temperatures, humidity levels, going to dip to early week levels once again. Good news for those heading out to the ball games, the barbecues, any other outdoor events scheduled for Saturday or Sunday. Beyond this weekend, it looks like the pattern may revert back to one that favors more rain more often. So, it's really going to be cool again next week. A front, the jet stream, going to be dipping down through the Ohio Valley region, which will set the stage for cooler temperatures for much of the Ohio Valley, Great Lakes, and Northeast regions. Meanwhile, the big heat dome continues to persist further south over the central states. And, of course, Texas continues to broil under the high pressure this week, as they've done much of this summer. Houston, you're seeing some of the warmest days so far, multiple days at or above 100 this week. And that's going to continue Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Forecast highs 101 to 104 each day. Dallas and San Antonio, a host of other cities, continue to experience hot temperatures, some of the highest temperatures of the summer that you've seen so far this week. A lot of areas going to be hitting those triple-digit highs. That's why we see those excessive heat warnings for that region. Meanwhile, around the periphery of the heat and humidity, you've got those showers and thunderstorms that continue to pop up on a daily basis. Looks like the risk for severe weather will stretch from central Wyoming to central Colorado, parts of Nebraska, northern Kansas. Further to the north, another zone of severe weather going to be erupting from northeast Montana to southern Manitoba. We're seeing some of those stronger storms, as I mentioned, at this hour there in North Dakota. So as we look ahead for Wednesday, at least some local severe weather will again threaten areas from northwest Ontario to northern Michigan, northern Wisconsin, and central Minnesota. Further south, looks like the Central Plains going to remain active in terms of thunderstorms and locally severe weather for the upcoming day. Severe weather risks extending from near the Denver metro area, south central Nebraska, and central Kansas. here as we roll into midweek already. All right, Steve Summers behind the microphone. I am not a billionaire. I had my one ticket, but no, the Mega Millions drawing. As I pull up the Mega Millions website, it was, I believe, 1.05 billion was the winning jackpot this past evening, pulled about 11 o'clock Eastern time. Currently, the website says it's pending. Yeah, don't know if we've got a winner or not at this point in time. But check your tickets. I've got those winning numbers. Winning numbers in the Mega Millions $1 billion jackpot tonight were 8, 24, 30, 45, 61, and the Mega Ball was 12. And if you do the Megaplier thing, the Megaplier was actually 4 times tonight. How about that? Yeah, that could make some pretty healthy winners out there. So we'll try to keep an eye on things. Indeed, see if will the jackpot continue to grow. Oh, looky there. I just refreshed. I just refreshed it, and no winner. The new estimated jackpot, $1.25 billion. $1.25 billion. That next drawing will be coming up on Friday night. There you go, August the 4th, 11 p.m. Eastern Time. They'll draw those numbers, $1.25 billion. Cash option comes in at a measly $625.3 million. Cash option. Well, there you go. Underway here on a Wednesday. We'll see who's checking in out of the box as we get the party started here. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, what do we have going on here? Philly Dan is on board. Philly Dan says, good morning, drivers. Keep on humping as we make our way into hump day. All right. Rock Pick, that means Rochester, New York is on board. Hello, Steve, truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Had my granddaughter out howling at the moon because she's 6 years old and she enjoys it. I'm actually editing that video right now Going to be headed for the Seabreeze Amusement Park this afternoon. All right, happy hump day, all you hard-working Americans. Believe it or not, Friday is near. Everybody watch out for the other driver out there. Stay safe. Hello to High Pressure Pumping on board. It seems like it's been a while since we heard from you, High Pressure. Hope everything's going well. Norman checks in north central Kansas. 78 tonight, like 99% humidity, so it is muggy. We got some clouds. Just relaxing at the home 20. Tuned into the overnight drive. Copy the mail. Hello, 5-7. Jeffrey, good morning, Steve. That's Jeff from New York City. One more week in rehab, and I'll finally be homeward bound. I guess Jeff's just been kind of listening in from the hospital bed. You've been there a while, too. Yeah, the rehab facility, I guess, in other words. All right. Marianne, good morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Have a great day. Hello to James. Is anyone surprised they're doing it to Trump again? It should not come as a surprise. We got all the details there for what it's. I mean, doesn't this song and dance begin to get old at some point? Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. 61 degrees in Fishkill, New York tonight. There's Lynn from Virginia. Roadmaster, Chillicothe, Ohio on board. Hope everything's going well for you and the gang. Drivers, thank you for what you do for the American people. I did what you all do for 30 years. Don't think I could do that anymore, so thanks. All right, good morning or good evening. Milkman, moving the milk. Copy the great radio show. All right, hello, Milkman. Thomas, I refer to him as Thomas. He says, hey, Steve. By the way, my handle is Ruffy. All right, hello, Ruffy. Good to have you with us. Cleveland, Tennessee on board. What do you got? There's Robert. A nice 67 clear. I had waved all my fellow drivers out here, waiting on a relay driver, so I get headed back toward beautiful downtown Cincinnati. All right. 62 degrees in Alexandria, Indiana tonight. Dave says, I'm on vacation this week, but I'm tuned in on Facebook. All right, 68 in Harrison, Ohio. There's Peppy, sitting on the back deck. What day is it? What day is it? Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's hump day. So dial Steve up at 844-844-3388 in the secret hidden bunker somewhere in southwestern Ohio. Brought to you by Hot Shot Secrets and Gold Eagle. Flying high tonight. Let it roll. Hammer down and be safe. Are you with me? Yes, sir. We're with you there, Pappy. Let's see. Rodney says he's not going to be on very long tonight, but he's checking in out of the box. Lord Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. 79 degrees in New Baden, Illinois at this hour. Got this powerful chrome-plated cow truck fueled up, wound up, and headed west at a high rate of speed with 61 Tar Heel steers under a full fat moon. It's an epic night for large car trucking. Live action continues. Y'all have fun sleeping. Hey, a special shout out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the open prairie. All right. Rodney chimed back and he says, I'm just not saying anything. I'm still in Facebook jail. Ooh, okay. It's been a while since I've done that. Knock on wood, right? Hello, Kevin. Good morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Be safe out there, Pappy. It's a full moon tonight. Yes, it is. Steve says, enjoying your show from Ottawa. Steve from Ottawa. Top of the morning, there's Santa Claus in Sacramento, California. Going to be headed out with the RV tomorrow to do some boondocking, dry camping. Santa Claus out. Hello to Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Driving in the moonlight, Troutville, Virginia. 62 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up there. Buckeye Boys in Ackworth, Georgia once again. Got back a little while ago from the Braves game against the Angels. Very good pitching by Strider. 2 home run by our 9th place hitter, Michael Harris. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there this hump day. Very good. Well, I did see those Cincinnati Reds did not win this past day. I think by taking the first two from Chicago, they pushed them off. Yeah, the Cubs put 20 runs on the board. 20-9 was the final score. You're talking Major League Baseball. Some games, they call it a pitcher's duel, where the pitchers, just very, very few runs scored. A lot of time, final score 1-0 or 2-0. This was by far not a pitcher's duel. Everybody was just hammering the ball. 29 runs scored in that game. But yes, Cubs come out on top 20-9. Amazing. Hello to Rod. Good morning from Green Bay, Wisconsin. Rubber Duck. Let's see what's going on, Rubber Duck. Toll Road Oasis in Elkhart. I'm out of hours. All right. Oh, and Ron did chime in. I'm celebrating 34 years of sobriety today. Well, that is a landmark number. Congratulations there, Rod, and thank you so much for listening in. A couple more here. Miss Millie is on board. Morning, Steve, and all the listeners. Everybody be safe out there. Take care and be blessed. And hello to Bidu. All right, news break time.
USA News Update. In announcing the second federal indictment against former President Trump on Tuesday, DOJ Special Counsel Jack Smith had strong words to say about the January 6th Capitol riot.
The attack on our nation's Capitol on January 6th, 2021 was an unprecedented assault on the seat of American democracy. As described in the indictment, it was fueled by lies.
The DOJ believes Trump's attempts to overturn the 2020 election result led to what happened January 6th. Trump expected to be in court Thursday to answer to the charges. China is following America's example and tightening controls on exporting technology that could be used by the military. In Hong Kong, Andrew Wood says the restrictions limit exports of rare materials and metals used to make semiconductors, solar panels, and TV and computer screens. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. Y'all gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right, yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Right now at Wendy's, when you buy either a Dave's Single, Spicy Chicken Sandwich, Medium Frosty, or 10-piece nuggets, you can get another for just $1. Your dollar never tasted so good. So it's obvious what everyone will get, right?
Definitely nugs
Spicy
and
Chicken
a Frosty.
Sandwich,
Dave's Single and a Frosty for me.
and a Frosty. Okay, who said Frosty and a Frosty? Pick your obvious choice. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's, buy one, get one for $1.
Limited time only. Price of participation may vary. U.S. Wendy's valid for item of equal or lesser value. Cannot be combined in a combo or any other offer.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, Scrapyard was holding on a minute ago, and he was trying to pass a report in Arkansas where apparently, I guess they had a vehicle come across the center median, but he didn't tell me which interstate he was on. But quite the mess. Things were shut down, debris scattered all over the highway. So if you get a chance, maybe dial us back up there, Scrapyard. We'll jump right to you. All right, we've been hearing and noticing, obviously, if you're out there filling up the tank. Yeah, prices have been going up, right? The news has been talking about regular gas prices. I didn't realize just how significantly diesel prices have been jumping rather dramatically. The Oil Price Information Service sharing that the benchmark diesel price used for most fuel surcharges rose by an amount seen only a few times in the history of the data series. A one-week jump of 22.2 cents a gallon has been surpassed several times in the history of the Department of Energy Information Administration average retail price. That was the increase effective Monday. It brought the price up to $4.12 a gallon, the highest we've seen since back in March of this year. The price, diesel has gone up 36 cents a gallon in the past 4 weeks. Now, the history doesn't go that far back, just 1994, but almost all other times a gain that big or more was recorded. It could be tied to some sort of a specific event, the likes of a Hurricane Rita or Katrina back in 2005. The surging market of spring 2008 that led to an all-time high West Texas intermediate price of $147 a barrel, or more recently, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. A one-week increase of 38 cents a gallon last fall could be said to be indirectly due to the invasion, but was mostly driven by the tight inventories at the time. Now, that was the root cause in that invasion. Of course, we were selling 1 million barrels per day, right, for a period of time there. That leaves the increase on Monday in something of a category of its own, a huge one-week jump that can't really be linked to any specific news event. but it's been driven by a month-long surge in crude and product prices. Statistics on the increase in the price of diesel are becoming too large for the transportation sector to ignore. So a couple of key data points they shared. Yeah, the price of ultra-low sulfur diesel on the CME, the commodity exchange, traded in excess of $3 a gallon. It did not settle above $3. The settlement was $2.99 a gallon, but up 3.2 cents on the day. The last time the ultra-low sulfur diesel contract did settle above $3 was January 31st. Now, this Monday's settlement was the highest since that day. Wholesale diesel on the national average basis, as measured by the ULSDR, the data series, climbed to $3.14 a gallon on Saturday. It was $2.60 a gallon on the 1st of July. So that's where they come in with the 36-cent jump in a month's time. The strength at the pump, evidenced by the Department of Energy price, is not being driven by retail prices outpacing wholesale numbers. The fuels data series, which measures the spread between the national average wholesale price and the national average retail price, was 91.5 cents a gallon Sunday. It was 103 a gallon Monday, showing that retail prices are not keeping up with the wholesale prices that the retailers are paying. That is a strong signal that retail prices, regardless of what happens in futures and wholesale markets, actually still have some catching up to do. That means prices going even higher. In the absence of any particular news event driving the market, the consensus is kind of building that robust demand worldwide, the impact of the cuts that were made by OPEC Plus members back in May, plus the added Saudi cut of 1 million barrels per day on top of that, are now leading to a tight market that was not on the horizon just a few months ago. Now, we also got numbers from it's not the Energy Information Administration, ProMiles. ProMiles is the other that gives weekly numbers. ProMiles reporting the national average price Monday was $4.04, so a bit behind the numbers from the Energy Information Administration. Nonetheless, they say up 18.7 cents just over the past week. Major increases in several regions, including a 30-cent per gallon jump in the Gulf Coast region, where you typically see the cheapest prices in the country. We saw a 25-cent increase in the lower Atlantic, 23-cent jump per gallon in the Midwest. The only region to see a lower average price this week was the West Coast region, where there was just over a 3-cent drop reported there. So, Energy Information Administration says the national average at $4.12. ProMiles has it at $4.04. They may be doing some catching up over the next week. California has jumped back over the $5 per gallon mark at $5.06 per gallon for diesel prices. Paying more at the pump. All right, our number, 844-844-3388. I guess we might as well jump into, of course, the big indictment news. You think there's any correlation, or is it just a coincidence? Every time some negative news hits, the mainstream in regards to Hunter and or Joe Biden, either the same day or the following day, like in less than 24 hours, something big happens to put Trump back in top of the headlines. It's pretty much what Kevin McCarthy said this past day, that the latest indictment will not stop the effort by the House Republicans to uncover more evidence involving Joe and his family. Yeah, we recently learned Hunter received money from China, contradicting the president's claim. We know the president spoke with Hunter's business associates over 20 times, contradicting the president's previous claim. Yeah, Biden's Department of Justice tried to secretly give Hunter a broad immunity and even admitted the sweetheart deal was unprecedented. And just yesterday, the new poll showed Trump is without a doubt Biden's leading political opponent. Yeah, this revelation means one thing. The Biden administration was going to do something to distract from the House Republicans and what they uncovered. Everyone in America could see what was going to come next. Department of Justice, their attempt to distract the news and attack the front runner for the Republican nomination. House Republicans will continue to uncover the truth, and this two-tier system of justice. Okay, Trump indicted Tuesday, third time. Let's keep piling things on. And for a second time by special counsel Jack Smith. Yeah, this time, as they're saying, you're hearing them say, trying to overturn the results of the 2020 election. 4-count indictment delivered by a grand jury in D.C. Now, we'll break those down. What were some of the other, just some of the headlines? Kari Lake says these indictments are only emboldening Trump's supporters. As I just shared, McCarthy said this is a distraction from Biden's revelations. Numerous Republicans say this is absolute election interference. Let's see. Ramaswamy, the Trump indictment un-American, in his words. Adam Schiff says convict Trump for the sake of our democracy. Let's see. The indictment could propel Trump even closer to the 2024 Republican nod. Ron DeSantis decries the weaponized government. Alan Dershowitz, Democrat lawyer, said this indictment does not meet the high standard for taking on a foe. Ted Cruz, Trump indictment is election tampering for 2024. And it goes on and on. One other headline. Comer says the Department of Justice is weaponized against conservatives. All right. Where do you go from here? 15 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Let me real quickly before I get to time out. Pappy sent me a link. Bongino, I guess, sent out a tweet this past day, which, if you think about it, he's 100% correct. The Democrats, after hearing the testimony before that committee from Hunter's right-hand man for years at Burisma, his partner, his business partner, Democrats came out and pretty much said, there's no evidence. There is no evidence. Which Dan says, yeah, the Democrats are correct. Outside of the bank records, the suspicious activity reports, the wire transfers, the private bank transactions, the LLCs, the texts, the emails, the WhatsApp messages, the photographs of Joe with Hunter's business partners, the voicemails to his son, the two business partners saying Joe is the big guy, the chairman, the brand, the two whistleblowers' testimony, the recorded phone call between Biden and Poroshenko, the video of Joe bragging about firing the Ukrainian prosecutor, and Hunter's statements that he's given his dad half his income. Yeah, there's no evidence of Joe Biden being involved. Good call, guys.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty then. Meanwhile, if you're going to be rolling through the bluegrass state, Kentucky, be minding your P's and Q's. Started yesterday, continues here Wednesday, Thursday. The Kentucky State Police taking part in a 72-hour enforcement campaign. Operation Safe Drive, again, started yesterday. Kentucky State Police, the purpose of the high-visibility traffic enforcement effort to reduce crashes involving cars and commercial vehicles. As part of the campaign, state police will open scale facilities, ensuring commercial drivers follow safety regulations, hours of service compliance, driver license compliance, medical certification, vehicle credentialing. Troopers will be on the lookout for dangerous driving behaviors, aggressive driving, speeding, tailgating, seatbelt, distracted driving, all the usual things. State police in Kentucky provided the following tips for motorists to drive more safely around the big trucks. First of all, stay out of the blind spot. Large trucks and buses have a blind spot on all four sides. Make sure you can see the truck driver in your side mirror. Pass safely. Use your turn signal. Do not linger in the blind spot. Make sure you can see the commercial vehicle in your rearview mirror before pulling back in front of it. Do not cut off large vehicles. It takes a large truck traveling at highway speeds the length of 2 football fields to stop. And, of course, do not tailgate. Tailgating a commercial vehicle actually puts you in a blind spot. So there you go. Kentucky Blitz continues here Wednesday and Thursday of this week. Carolina Monkey Gouger, what's happening?
Well, good morning, Steve. Everything's going on, buddy. It's just been a busy day, man. I know what, this heat out here is atrocious. Thank God I got a good air conditioner.
No
but,
doubt.
Steve, when you was talking about all manipulation and all that, how in the hell does a country go from being energy independent in 3 years to the shape that we in now, but piss poor management?
Well, there's something about this. There's a guy the guy that was sworn into the White House who on day number 1, as we all know, signed a bunch of executive orders that put us in this predicament.
Exactly. And last Sunday, me and Debbie went up to the, it was Sunday week ago. Me and Debbie went up to the local Walmart and bought gas for $2.92 a gallon is what it was selling for.
Mm-hmm.
And so we had some running around to do, so we was going to take her car back up there and fill it up. And when we got back up there Monday morning, it had done jumped up to like the $3.33 a gallon. And when I was sitting there pumping the gas, this dude come up there, had an Air Force retiredee and all that, and I said, hey, thank you for your service to the country. He said, you know something? He says, I don't understand this, that old Joe Biden, he's trying to do something, but says he's too old, but says, I don't know what we going to do. And it says, he's trying to do the country some good. I said, wait a minute, boss. I said, hold up a minute. You just contradict your damn self.
Mm-hmm.
He said, what do you mean? I said, well, you got out the car there, and you start telling me what Joe Biden's doing good for this country, and then you start fussing about the gas prices. I said, you can't see the forward for the fire? I said, man, I ain't got time to talk to you. I ain't got another word to say to you. Anybody support Joe Biden ain't worthy of talking to me. And what was so funny, when I got back in the car, Biscuit was sitting in the back seat, and she looked at me and said, them damn Democrats. I said, whatever, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, I mean, that's the mentality of these Democratic people. It's like, I heard Pat Rack tell you one night, they could run a jackass on the Democratic Party, in which they have got a bunch of jackasses up there, but they could run a four-legged jackass for office, and damn, they wouldn't go back and vote for it. I just can't believe the stupidity of some of these people. And I mean, this guy was in the Air Force for 20, 25 years, however long he was, and he can't, and he wanted to sit there and tell me that Joe Biden had done a wonderful job.
Right.
I thought, oh my God, what in the world is this world coming to? I mean, it's sad, Steve. I mean, it's really sad and it's scary. But I tell you something, I'm going to make a prediction that Joe Biden's house of cards is fitting to fall down on him like the hard times of 29. It's coming. There's just so much out there. But I mean, it's like a guy was talking the other night, me and him was talking, and he said, he said, really, the other choice you got ain't no better. You got another complete idiot up there, in Kamala Harris. Says she ain't nothing but a damn joke. Said, we're going to be in for a hell of a ride for the next year and a half, and said, just hang on.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm telling you, I'm making this prediction. Joe Biden's house of cards is fitting to fall down on him, along with the rest of them crooked assholes up there. I mean, I just can't believe that the people are standing by letting this go by. And the other thing that gets me that you was talking about a while ago was Kevin McCarthy said, well, we will not stop uncovering all the stuff. Well, let's see somebody's ass go to jail. How about some jail time? How about let's just give them a little justice like they've been trying to do Donald Trump, I want to see somebody in the Crossbar Motel.
Yep.
And Steve, the thing that gets me is, if me and you were to pull this crap, they would bury us under the penitentiary. We'd be so far down, they'd have to pump water down there to us. I mean, it's really, really just got to be, you know, what they going to do next. You know, what's happening now. They've had all these whistleblowers. Oh, yeah, we're gonna seal the deal on them. We got all these whistleblowers. Did you see anything come out of it?
Not a thing. Not at this point. And that's, you know, we keep patiently sitting back and waiting and waiting. Yeah, will anything ever come of it? That's the $1 million question. All right, news break as we close out hour number 1.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Make that 3 indictments against former President Trump, and the very latest involves Trump's actions in the run-up to the January 6th Capitol riots. Special counsel Jack Smith said Tuesday,
"My office will seek a speedy trial. In the meantime, I must emphasize that the indictment is only an allegation and that the defendant must be presumed innocent."
The Department of Justice claims Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election contributed to the Capitol riot. In June, the DOJ indicted Trump in the case involving his handling of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago. President Biden spending this week at his Delaware Beach home. The president arrived July 28th to Rehoboth Beach, is expected to stay until Friday. He's taking calls and working while away. If the presidential election were held today, it would be a tie.
A new poll shows President Biden and former President Trump tied in a 2024 general election rematch. The New York Times Siena College poll shows both candidates receiving 43% of support from registered voters. That is if the election were held today. However, the survey also found both men are disliked more than liked, with 54% of voters disapproving of Biden and 55% disapproving of Trump. I'm John Schaefer.
The U.S. Embassy in Niger is open and operating normally right now amid a military takeover in the country.
We're monitoring the efforts by France and other Europeans to evacuate their citizens. We urge Nigerian authorities to facilitate an orderly, safe evacuation.
State Department spokesman Matthew Miller said there's no indication of threats to U.S. citizens or facilities at this time. A pair of Republicans facing criminal charges for their alleged role in trying to access Michigan voting machines. following the 2020 presidential election. This is USA News.
Hey, this is Brant along with Sherry here. And so you hear me doing these spots for MediShare, and Sherry actually helps me with them. I get people actually in person saying, okay, Brant, for real, do you recommend this? Like, yeah, for real, I actually do. I'm not just saying stuff. So family, friends ask me about it. I'm like, yes, you should look into this. It's really a great option for a lot of people.
That's what I tell people. My experience has been, MediShare has been fantastic for me.
Yeah.
It's so different from health insurance in a lot of great ways, honestly.
Yeah, and see, a lot of people who've switched tell me that. It's the same reaction. They're very, very happy with it, and it gives them peace of mind and saves them a lot of money.
I would tell people, look into it.
Yep. So really, for reals, if you want to talk to them, they're great to talk to. I think you'll be impressed and happy you looked into it. So you do the phone number. I'm actually tired of doing all the phone numbers.
Okay.
Call now.
855-BIBLE-11. That's 855-BIBLE-11. 855-BIBLE-11.
Nice job.
Thanks.
Suspected Gilgo Beach murderer Rex Heuermann appeared in a Long Island courthouse Tuesday, and his lawyer says there's an enormous amount of information to be reviewed.
Rex Heuermann's lawyer, Michael Brown, says the defense has been provided with 8 terabytes of information that will be reviewed in the coming months.
I was told that a gigabyte is 6,000 pages, and I was told that there's 1,000 gigabytes in a terabyte. I don't know if that's true, but if it is, it's enormous.
Suffolk DA Ray Tierney said the vast array of evidence will be turned over on a rolling basis. Heuermann, accused in the murders of 3 women in the Gilgo Beach area, he is the prime suspect in a 4th slaying. Liz Warner, New York.
Zendaya is remembering her Euphoria co-star Angus Cloud, who died Monday at 25 years old. She wrote on Instagram she's thankful she got the chance to know him in this life. The two both attended Oakland School of the Arts before they starred together on the HBO series. Speaking Tuesday in Orlando, Vice President Kamala Harris says she will not accept an invitation from Governor Ron DeSantis to discuss Florida's new Black History curriculum.
There is no round table, no lecture, no invitation we will accept to debate an undeniable fact.
Harris told women attending an AME church convention that there were no redeeming qualities to slavery, and she called the issue an unnecessary debate. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Learn more at chase.com/business premier. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Account subject to credit approval. Restrictions and limitations apply. Cards are issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank. Any member FDIC.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
All right, we'll jump right back into it here. Hour number 2. And for the life of me, I can't figure out what's going on with yellow stock. You know, with the news, the demise over the weekend, officially shuttering Sunday. And everyone anticipated Monday morning the stock would be worth a penny. Who buys stock when your company goes bankrupt? And we had this hedge fund out of Boston that last week had purchased like 12 million shares. Apparently, they purchased another 9.3 million shares. I guess this past day. They now hold a 42.5% stake in the company. Where did the stock price go? Again, it opened the day at $172 a share. It hit $5 a share at one point. It closed out the day at $3.90 per share. If you're a day trader, this is the kind of thing where day traders, if they bought in this past morning, you could have put thousands of dollars in when it was $1.71 a share, and within a matter of hours dumped out and literally doubled your money. I'm kind of flabbergasted. Is this some sort of a tactic to maybe try to gain back some money for all those shareholders there at the very last minute? Because they stood to lose a ton. Maybe we'll get some answers. I don't know. Monkey Gouger, thanks for hanging in there.
Thank you for holding me over. You talking about stock manipulation. Whoa, there you go, right now. But one other rant. You mentioned a name a while ago, Adam Schiff, making his little speech, Why the hell ain't he behind bars for that bogus stuff that he done to Trump in the 2016 election with all this fake Russian collusion crap? Yeah. He ought to be behind bars. Steve, it's just on and on and on. But, hey, did you see anything on this new Senate bill? I don't know what the bill number was. I wrote it down and had it wrote down here, and all the hustle and bustle today, I've lost it. But it's got some pretty heavy names on the speed limiter. They just introduced a bill in the Senate now.
Yeah, right.
I think it's 3039.
Yep.
That's got some big names. And I urge everybody, Democrat or Republican, whoever you are right now, is call your congressman, call your senators, and let them know that we're against this speed limiter thing, and let's put a stop to it and be done with it and get it out of the way.
It is. It's Senate Bill 2671.
And that's the speed limit that they introduced it yesterday morning?
On the Senate side, that is correct. Yes.
Right.
Got John Thune, let's see, Mike Lee of Utah, Roger Marshall, Roger Whitaker, Mike Rounds have all signed on as co-sponsors. Steve Daines out of Montana is the one that introduced it. So, yep, it's pretty much, it's the mirror version of the DRIVE Act on the House side. The House bill, the DRIVE Act, I think that has 24 co-sponsors there now.
Well, like I say, need to burn them phone lines up. Let them know what we think about it. Lauren Wise talked about it a couple weeks ago. That we need to get on top of this.
Mm-hmm.
We've already got them scratching their head by the number of complaints that were turned in on this thing, and they kicked it on down the road. But we just need to go ahead and get this buried and get it over with. So, Steve, that's about my 2 cents tonight. Everything else is rolling good. And be up the rest of the night trucking. So get slack. We'll give you another call when we think about something else.
All right. Well, hey, have a great night. Safe travels out there. Yeah, the Senate Bill 2671. And I think OOIDA put out their call to action for their 150,000-plus members to get a hold of your senator and ask them to support S2671. It's the House bill. That's the one Monkey Gouger was thinking. That's the H.R. 3039, H.R. 3039. That's the DRIVE Act. You got your House version, the Senate version. I think they're pretty much identical. So get a hold of your House member and your respective senator. Again, the House bill only has 24 co-sponsors. Should be a lot more than that, but that's where it stands. All right, I don't know. Any idea what the hell's going on with the yellow stock there, Brain Dead? I can't figure that out.
Well, which theory do you want to believe today, Steve? Because I can tell you about 20 of them.
Okay.
They were trying to sell off their third-party logistics, which was Henry, and now it's Yellow Logistics, but the sale fell through. And what the theory is that Apollo management was going to buy them up and spin them off like how Conway did, make them a total separate independent company. But also, too, Apollo, they said, is buying up a bunch of this stock, too, so when it crashes, they can be first in line to be paid for above the government. And if I was the government, I'm sorry, it doesn't matter how much stock you have or how much you owe. We're still going to take our money first. They also, there's a ton of different theories on it. And the thing that gets me, Steve, and I hope people are listening to this, please mark this second in your phone and take this to your terminal manager, whoever's in charge of HR or whoever. We are screwed. And we need these companies to step up and help us out. It's bad enough that the ATA has gone on there and started a website to help us out, that we can't even get anybody in this industry to help us. And the reason I'm a little irritated and agitated, Steve, I went to go file for my unemployment Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Monday, I was told I can't get my unemployment because we've not been officially terminated by the company, which is the bankruptcy paperwork.
Now, what's the holdup there? Because, I was wondering, they were supposed to file Monday, so they didn't file again this past day?
I imagine they were trying to sell off that third-party logistics and try to help with the creditors. I don't know.
Okay.
But the only thing I know, Steve, I cannot get unemployment. I can't get food stamps. I can't even get government-issued TennCare or government health insurance. So all the people, all 22,000 of us, because management got the layoff notices, we in the union did not get a layoff notice. We don't know what's going on. But the only thing I know is that we all bleed the same color. Doesn't matter if you're union, non-union, we all bleed the same color.
Mm-hmm.
And we're all supposed to be a brotherhood. Because that's what I thought the trucking industry was. But it's honestly truly sad that one LTL company, was it a couple of years ago, right around the holidays, went under. Everybody's begging for them. Everybody's been over backwards. But we go under, we can't get no help. Not from any company, not from any state agencies, not from even our own company. They cut me my final 2 paychecks tonight. Well, one tonight, one in the following week. But what is it going to take for these people to get off their butts and do something? I've applied for the same company for 4 months now. I keep getting the same message on the voicemail. Please leave your name and number. We'll call you back. I've passed over a couple decent opportunities in this industry to go work for because I'm holding out hope that this one would come through last month.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm screwed because I didn't take these 2. So I'm back to where I'm at before. But the thing is, though, and I'm not looking out for myself, but I'm looking out for the other brothers and sisters out there. And I don't get this, Steve. I don't get this industry. I've seen people on that lovely website that's owned by the Chinese, and you can insert the name there, of guys that are getting out of the industry, just getting away. So my question is, where's the driver shortage at?
Mm-hmm.
Where? I mean, honestly, I don't see a driver shortage, but yet the the ATA says we got a driver shortage. I'd love to hear this theory, Steve. But it's really frustrating because really the only companies that'll hire me right now are over the road companies. I don't want to be gone no 3 or 4 weeks at a time now. I don't know about any of the other ones anybody else out there, because I talked to Heatwave earlier, and he's having the same problem. So I don't know what it's going to take for these companies to wake up and realize we're people too. You've been over backwards to help these other people out, move them top of the line, but my application has been sitting buried for 4 months now, and not one soul at this company can call anybody back. And this is the same. And before somebody says, well, Yellow's union, this is the same company I applied to many times in the last 12 years before I went to Yellow.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the deal?
Yeah.
I don't get these people though. They look at a piece of paper and make a judgment based on what I put on a piece of paper. You can make a good judgment of what kind of person I really am, or what kind of character I am. You know, this is a whole 90-day probation. But so, to you guys out there in the LTL market, you know, insert name here, or I've even had four companies hauling gas around here. I've had another company here that they haul a product for one of the major soft drink companies. It's the same thing. Oh, we got our ad up because it's too costly to take it down. Bull crap. There's a better reason, and I'm not buying it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's the problem we're facing. We can't get unemployment. We can't get any government insurance. We can't get anybody to hire us. We are screwed. I don't know if Heatwave's listening, but Heatwave could tell you too what he's going through, or anybody else out there for that matter.
Yeah, we haven't spoke to Heatwave since the whole demise over the weekend. Haven't heard from him yet.
Yeah, I talked to him earlier this evening, and well, I'll let him tell you when he calls in about his little situation, because it's right up my alley and what we're going through.
Mm-hmm.
But the only thing I know, Steve, and this is where the frustration comes in. My bills are like anybody else's bills out here. I got to take care of my family and take care of my family and my bills. And it's getting to the point to where I'm looking at, okay, how much longer does it take to hire somebody on? Because when I went through this crap in 2001, when the company all of a sudden, I mean literally overnight, folded the doors, I had a job within 2 weeks. And now here it is 4 months, and I'm still waiting on an answer back on an application. 3 weeks on another application. And anytime these companies in the LTL sector, you know, insert name here, would throw something up on the website, I'm all over it. I know one of my other buddies, he was all over it too. So, I mean, obviously we go to the bottom of the pile. I mean, at what point do companies stop taking applications and process what they got? I remember the statistic when Dingbat was looking for a job. It was 1 in every, 120 that were looking for a job. So now let's add 30,000 more people on top of that. What are we going to be up to, 300 now? I don't get it, Steve. It's the frustration level.
Yeah, I know, trying to figure things out. I mean, as I said last week, I kind of presumed some of these other companies were waiting to see if the demise does occur, how much freight will be available to them to pick up. I mean, obviously, all the freight that Yellow would be moving has got to be moving somewhere else now. So you would certainly think many of these other companies would be in need of some additional drivers right now. Yeah, maybe it all takes time to play out. Yeah, we did have a note from, I guess, the Canadian operations this past day, which says YRC has ceased its Canadian operations and filed for bankruptcy in the United States, which apparently they have not yet filed, right? Teamster local unions will do everything in their power to enforce the collective agreement and secure the monies owed to workers. Each local will be taking action against the company individually. It's a tragic turn of events for workers, one made worse by how the company handled the apparent closure. YRC failed to provide any formal notice of closure to Canadian workers or local unions as required under the terms of the collective agreements. In many cases, workers were told Wednesday not to show up on Monday without giving any further information. The company also dismissed key managers before fully shutting down, limiting workers' ability to get any answers. The near total lack of communication shows how little YRC respected workers who gave so much to their employer. Over the past 20 years, YRC became one of the most mismanaged companies in the industry in the United States, burning through hundreds of millions of dollars in government loans while paying out tens of millions annually to executives. Unfortunately, the situation in the U.S. has consequences on Canadian operations. Many YRC workers spent their lives at the company. They did not deserve to be kept in the dark and treated arbitrarily. They deserved better. Now, unlike the company, Teamsters local unions have been in constant communication with members over the past few days. Because of the highly chaotic shutdown, the union does not have all the answers at this time. Workers at the company should still contact their local union if they have any questions. We will have more answers as the days go by, but rest assured that all legal remedies will be exhausted. YRC may have given up, but the Teamsters have not. Again, that's coming from the Canadian side.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, coming up following the news break, Eagle will be checking in, which she says is a very important phone call about Donald Trump. Looks like we'll hear from the inbred redneck and room for you at 844-844-3388. Hey, we actually last evening touched on the, I guess it was kind of a screw-up at NASA, where they had lost contact with the Voyager 2 spacecraft, recall that? Which is nearly 20 billion kilometers away from the planet. I guess yesterday they tell us operators have heard what they're calling a heartbeat from the craft. It's still working. Yeah, they're struggling to regain full communication. I mean, we're talking a craft that was launched in 1977. And it's been hurtling toward the outer edges of the solar system and actually into interstellar space. Yeah, right now that's the second most distant spacecraft from the Earth, right behind its sibling, the Voyager 1. Voyager 1's almost 24 billion kilometers away. Several of the science instruments, including the magnetometer and the cosmic ray detector, are still working 46 years after launch, sending data back to Earth. Or they were, at least until July the 21st, when a series of commands from Mission Control apparently inadvertently shifted the orientation, pointing the antenna just 2 degrees away from the Earth. Yeah, that meant the signals were not reaching the satellite dishes on the ground, and they couldn't send any signals to turn it back toward us, but they're not completely in the dark. July 31, NASA say they detected a faint hint of what is called a carrier signal. Yeah, generally, if the antenna's aligned properly, that signal would contain real-time data. But since it's not aligned, the signal wasn't strong enough to extract any data from it. But we see the heartbeat signal from the craft, so we know the spacecraft is alive and operating. While catching the signal was unexpected, the fact that the spacecraft itself is fine is a big surprise. Wasn't a big surprise. I mean, it's been scuttling along for 46 years after all. All right, we'll get a news break here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Former President Trump has been indicted in connection with the January 6th Capitol riot. Prosecutors say his efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election contributed to that riot. This marks the second time the Department of Justice has indicted Trump. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis invited Vice President Kamala Harris to Florida to set the record straight over the African-American curriculum controversy.
Now seeing this Kamala Harris lie exposed about Florida's high school curriculum, she tried to demagogue something that had been done by a lot of Black history scholars consistent with Florida law.
Harris, speaking in Orlando today, declined the invitation while continuing to criticize the curriculum. A new poll shows President Biden and former President Trump tied in a 2024 general election rematch. The New York Times Siena College poll shows both candidates receiving 43% of the support. John Schaefer, USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code STRONG for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code STRONG for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code STRONG.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Real quick, got a recall to tell you about. Tens of thousands of Volvo trucks being recalled due to a windshield wiper issue. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Volvo recalling more than 55,000 model year 2022 to 2024 VNR, VNL, VHD, and VAH trucks. Windshield wiper motor gears may wear prematurely, causing the motor to fail. If the windshield wipers become inoperative, obviously that's going to limit your visibility during certain operating conditions, increasing the risk of a crash. You think? Can't much see out the windshield in the rain, right? You may notice wipers slowly or intermittently stopping. So either slowing down or stopping intermittently when they're in steady operation prior to the motor gear actually failing. To date, they say no accidents attributed to the issue. Dealers will replace the wiper motor assembly for free. Notification letters expected to be mailed out September 15. So there you go. Now, they do say it's not all 55,000 trucks. They're estimating about 6% of those 55,000 will have the defect. All right. Recall population, vehicles built from May 1 of 2021 through July the 5th of this year. Apparently, motors that were manufactured with gears and lubricant from non-verified suppliers. So that's where that stands. All right, Eagle on board here on a Wednesday hump day. Morning, Eagle.
Okay.
Yeah, how you doing, Steve? Yeah, man, I'm down here in Alabama and Birmingham tonight, making my way. Yeah, I got to make my way over to Virginia. But yeah, Steve. Yeah, before I get to Donald Trump, it's just, it's Birmingham. Just about a week or two ago, this other loser named Carly, come to find out, the one that claims she got abducted in Birmingham on the side of the freeway. It turned out that she was nothing but a liar, and they putting her in jail where she belonged because they used up a lot of police resources, time, and effort looking for this woman, and turned out that she wasn't even missing, that it was a staged event. So I hope they throw the book at her. She need to go to jail for wasting everybody's time and money that was spent looking for her. It's a shame. It's bad that somebody would do something so stupid like that, but I guess people want attention so bad they'll do something like that. But like I said, I looked at the video. I never saw a baby. The whole story didn't make sense to begin with. Who the hell talking about there was a baby or a little kid on the side of the damn interstate? I've driven trucks for over 20 years and I ain't never seen no baby or kid on the shoulder of a road as I was driving. So I knew something was suspicious when they said that. Now, Steve, getting to Donald Trump, Steve, I was hoping I would never, and I do never ever make this phone call about Donald Trump. I was hoping and praying that these losers wouldn't step to the levels that they have. But Steve, I don't know if you've looked at this case. I don't know this latest indictment, which is the third. Before I even get to what I'm gonna say, that for all those Democrats out there who say that Donald Trump is not being treated unfairly, did you hear what I said, Steve? In less than 6 months, Donald Trump has been indicted 3 times. Yet you have Barack Obama, you have Hillary Clinton, you have Joe Biden, you have Hunter Biden, and you have all these other crooks that never have not one damn indictment against them, and Donald Trump has 3 of them in less than 6 months. Did you hear what I just said?
Yes, sir. It's a two-tiered system.
It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. And here's the sad part about the whole deal, Steve, is there's more indictments behind that. The female in Georgia, they claim that they already setting up barricades and roadblocks in Fulton County, Georgia, which is Atlanta, because they're going to throw another case at Donald Trump, indictment of him within the next week or two. Georgia is going to throw it, so he'll have 4 indictments on him. And it might be even more than that, which is a total damn shame. But you know something, Steve, as much as I hate to say what I'm about to say, I think Donald Trump, I think he might be screwed this time, Steve. The cards, they got like I was telling you last week about Joe Biden and the referees. When you play a game and you got you paid off all the referees to be on your side. Do you realize, Steve, did you hear what those people said today? That the courtroom in Washington, D.C. is, guess who it is? It's an Obama. Obama put this woman as the judge. She was given that job by Barack Obama when he was in the White House. And you know who Obama wants to see as president of America. Plus, she has put in several people. She's thrown the book at several people that was involved in the January 6th deal. Did you hear what I said? Yep. You think that's a coincidence that she was put in there by Obama and that she's been throwing people in jail left and right that was a part of the January 6th deal? You think that's a coincidence?
I think that's 100% intentional. That's the idea. They want the man to be behind bars.
Yeah. I think Donald Trump might be screwed this time, Steve, because that judge, you know damn well, all Donald Trump can do now is try to get it taken to another court, because you know damn well, just like the first case when they set it up against him with the other guy from New York, a known Trump hater. Plus, he had family members that was on the Joe Biden election team in 2020, and they put him in. They had the nerve to send him to that courtroom. So this guy Jack Smith is a dirty, and I mean a low down dirty scumbag, Steve. They have stacked the decks against Donald Trump. They're putting him in a courtroom, like I said, with an Obama appointed judge. That's a damn shame. They trying to railroad Donald Trump. They don't want Donald Trump to make it to the 2024 election. They want Donald Trump behind bars. they do not want him to make it to the White House. This, like I said, this is a damn shame. We're living in a banana republic, Steve. This is a total embarrassment. I never thought in my lifetime that I would ever see the United States government stoop to these levels of what's happening right now. We're no better. We're no better now. I always thought my whole life, Steve, that we was better than Russia, that we was better than North Korea, that we was better than China, we was better than Venezuela, we was better than Cuba. All these communist countries that you always hear about, the way they rig elections and the way they screw people. I never thought I would see this happen in America, Steve. We're no better than those countries that I just listed off. This is a damn shame. Just like Bangino said, we are nothing more than a banana republic. And I want to tell people, people out there talking about Joe Biden, that's the reason why I told you I'm not getting upset about Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. I'll tell you how much Joe Biden is worried about his current situation, Steve, about him taking money from China and his son and this and that. Joe Biden is laid out at the beach right now in Delaware. That don't sound like a man that's too concerned about going to jail to me or being indicted on a damn thing. And you want me to tell you the reason why he's doing that? Because he knows that he has the Department of Injustice in his back pocket. Because I promise you, if Joe Biden knew that he might be going to jail, his son might be going to jail, he wouldn't be laid out on no damn beach right now. So it's like I said before, Steve, it's just sickening what's happening in America. I was hoping I would never, ever have to make this phone call because I didn't think even the Biden administration or this so-called people that's in white would stoop to this level. But when I heard that they had an Obama-appointed judge and that she has thrown the book at people that was involved in the January 6th deal, there is no way in hell, and I do mean no way in hell, that Donald Trump is going to get a fair trial from that judge. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Well, I mean, the charges, has anyone gone through what he's potentially facing here? First was conspiracy against rights. That includes a penalty of up to 10 years in federal prison, but it adds that if death results from the actions covered under the provision, the offender may be executed. He's got a death penalty charge. Let's see, 18 U.S.C. Section 241. If two or more persons conspire to injure, oppress, threaten, or intimidate any person in any state, territory, commonwealth, possession, or district in the free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege secured to him by the Constitution or laws of the United States, or because of his having so exercised the same, or if two or more persons go in disguise on the highway or on the premises of another, with intent to prevent or hinder his free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege so secured, they shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years or both. If death results from the acts committed in violation of this section, or if such acts include kidnapping or an attempt to kidnap, aggravated sexual abuse or an attempt to commit aggravated sexual abuse, or an attempt to kill, they shall be fined under this title or imprisoned for any term of years or for life or both, or may be sentenced to death. Now, one person, Ashley Babbitt, who was one of those who entered the Capitol on January 6th, was shot by a law enforcement officer, dying as a result of the riot, which Smith said this past day was the result of Trump's claims about the election. Democrats have blamed Trump for the unrelated deaths of several protesters and Capitol police officers as well. Democrats and even some of Trump's Republican opponents have also tried to blame him for apparent efforts by some of the rioters to kidnap then Vice President Mike Pence, Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi. Smith could try to argue the same. The other alleged crimes also include lengthy prison terms, conspiracy to defraud the United States, maximum penalty 5 years in prison, although penalties can be less if the conspiracy is to commit a misdemeanor. In that case, the punishment cannot be greater than the greatest for that crime. Third charge, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding. This statute, crafted originally to punish witness tampering, has a maximum penalty of 20 years in federal prison for anyone who obstructs, influences, or impedes any official proceeding. And lastly, obstruction of an attempt to obstruct an official proceeding. This likewise carries up to 20 years in prison. So get a load of this. If Trump's convicted on all 4 charges, receives the maximum non-lethal penalty, death penalty, he could be in prison for 55 years if the sentences are set to run consecutively. Now, that in addition to the possible 460 years in prison in the documents case that Smith is prosecuted in federal court in Miami, brings Trump's maximum federal prison term to 515 years. That's where they are, folks. I'll tell you what. A quick timeout, and I think Steve's got a question about the Hot Shot Secret Shift Restore. We'll get to you next, so hang in there. Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret,
Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, 10 before the hour as we roll into Hump Day. Steve is on board. Morning, Steve.
Good. Are we on there, Steve?
Yes, we are. What can we do for you?
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
How about that?
And I thought I would tell you, when I was driving, your father kept me awake on Interstate 700. Old Bozo kept me awake many a night.
Yes, indeed.
Listen, I have a 2004 Trailblazer. It's got the tow package on it, and it just runs like a top. But when it shifts from, I would say, first to second in the automatic transmission, it jerks. And I know you have that Hot Shot stuff, and I didn't know where I could get it. See, I'm about 35 miles northeast of Indianapolis. I'm in a town called Anderson. And we have several pilots around here, and I didn't know if they carried it or not.
Probably not in the truck stops. I mean, the shift restore is more generally for it's not going to go in the big truck. But, yeah, your Trailblazer, that's the Hot Shot Secret Shift Restorer. And you can get it at hotshotsecret.com. I mean, yeah, first-time caller, Steve, I've taken your number down. Yeah, we'll get you a code as a first-time caller where you'll be able to go to hotshotsecret.com and order that, and that $60 would cover your shift restore and probably get you some stick shit eliminator to put in the oil side as well and get it to you absolutely
I would
free.
love it. And can we talk a little bit about the politics in our country before we go?
Well, certainly.
I just wondered what has the Democrats did for us in almost 3 years? Have they done anything for the country other than try to get dirt on Trump? What have they accomplished other than for 3 years try to get him?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now, I didn't fall off the cabbage cart yesterday. And you're telling me if they found a little bit of cocaine in our White House, with all the cameras that's in there, they couldn't go back frame by frame and find out who happened to put that there. I mean, I don't know how naive people are.
Yes.
And you know, how long did you hear that on our major news network? Maybe 1 or 2 days? And it kind of got swept under the rug.
Sure, the Secret Service says we cannot, case closed, we can't determine whose it was. Now, there were several other Secret Service agents that spoke off the record, behind the scenes and said that they absolutely know who it was, but they just, of course, they don't want to divulge that.
Right. Now, can you imagine if Trump was president and they found that cocaine in there? That would have been on news. It would still been on the news. And I just can't believe how naive some people. I have several good friends that are Democrats. I'm a Republican. And they think Biden is the next best thing to apple pie.
Right.
Yep. You guys are absolutely nuts. And we get in arguments. They cannot see how the government is brainwashing us. Now, my father was a reverend. He passed away when I was 14 years old. And he said one time that the Russians would take over the United States
without firing a shot. Bingo.
And is that not coming true almost? I cannot believe how we let the immigrants just walk straight on in. They get more money than our veterans. I belong to the veterans of Madison County here in Anderson. And some of the guys just cannot believe it. And like I said, I was sitting here, I couldn't sleep. And I thought, you know what, I'm going to call and see if I can find out about that hot shot. And by George, I got in, and I really appreciate it.
Absolutely, yeah. It just, I'll get this forwarded over to Chad in the morning, and usually he's pretty quick about getting those codes out. So,
he can send that through my phone number like a text, and I'll
correct. You'll get it in a text through your phone number there.
That is great. So, hey, listen, I appreciate you taking my call, and I listen to you all the time, and, hey, have a great week.
All right, once you get that shift restorer put in there and maybe give us an update, somewhere down the line.
I will. Once I put it in, I see how it works, I will call you back a few days later and see if you remember me, and I will let you know how it works. But it runs great, but it just shifts rough from first to second.
Sure.
And I thought of you guys, and I said, you know what? I'm going to give that a whirl and see if it works.
Absolutely. It is definitely worth the shot. That stuff works wonders. It's an amazing product. I mean, and you could use that as a preventative. So he said it was a 2004, right? So he's nearly 20 years old. It's probably got some decent miles on it. And, you never can tell. Real quick, as we're almost to the news break, top of the hour here. Yeah, I saw the headline from CDL Life this past. I see several drivers have been posting via social media. How'd you like to get a $100,000 bonus check? I mean, you talk about wow. Yeah, Taylor Swift has been on this big tour around the country. And it takes a lot of trucks to haul all that equipment to these various stadiums to set things up. And apparently, Taylor said thank you to the dozens of drivers supporting her tour by handing out millions of dollars worth of bonuses. According to TMZ, she handed out $100,000 bonus checks to each of her tour truck drivers over the weekend during a stop on the Eras Tour in Santa Clara, California. It takes at least 50 trucks to haul the equipment from venue to venue. So Swift's total bonus payout to her trucker team was at least $5 million. I mean, a large number of tour trucks, the massive amount of equipment, the elaborate show requires, the LED screens, the speakers, the costumes. I mean, it's a big show, but how about that? $100,000 bonus check. Cha-ching!
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Former President Trump has been indicted in connection with the January 6, 2021 Capitol riot. Prosecutors say his efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election contributed to that riot. This marks the second time the Department of Justice has indicted Trump, the first coming in the case involving his handling of classified documents. New Labor Department data reveals that job turnover in the United States has hit a 2-year low, indicating a cooling off of the labor market compared to pandemic-era trends. The quits rate has decreased from 2.6% in May to 2.4% in June, showing a decline in the Great Resignation that affected businesses earlier this year. Hiring has also slowed, with 5.9 million new jobs in June, down from 6.2 million in May. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis invited Vice President Kamala Harris to Florida to set the record straight over the African-American curriculum controversy.
You got to choose. Are you going to side with Kamala Harris and liberal media outlets? Or are you going to side with the state of Florida And I think it's very clear that these guys did a good job.
Harris, who was speaking in Orlando today, declined while continuing to criticize the curriculum. The man charged with New York's Gilgo Beach serial killing showed no emotion in court today. Michael Brown is Rex Heuermann's attorney.
We're going to defend this case in a courtroom. In the courtroom we just were in, where we have 12 fair and impartial jurors, where we have a fair and impartial judge.
Heuermann was charged last month with killing 3 prostitutes whose bodies were all found on the Long Island beach more than a decade ago. Federal health officials are warning of deadly fungal meningitis outbreaks at border medical clinics in Mexico. A Texas mom who died this week after undergoing a plastic surgery procedure is the latest victim. That's according to the CDC, which has now put the death toll at 10. This is USA News.
O'Reilly Auto Parts' new Brake Best Select Pro brand raises the bar for the best aftermarket domestic brake pads and rotors available. For vehicle-specific friction formulations, Quiet-Tech noise-canceling shims, and stainless steel hardware, choose Brake Best Select Pro. Professional-grade brakes from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Learn more at chase.com/business premier. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Account subject to credit approval. Restrictions and limitations apply. Cards are issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank. Any member FDIC.
New Jersey Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver has died. The 71-year-old was hospitalized yesterday while serving as acting governor. Governor Phil Murphy's been on vacation in Italy with his family. Oliver was taken to Cooperman Barnabas Medical Center in Livingston, where she passed away. Scorching temperatures will be felt across the southern U.S. this week. Tens of millions of Americans remain under heat alerts, particularly in states like Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Arkansas. Feels like temperatures could reach triple digits through Wednesday. Health officials are warning that cases of leprosy are surging in Central Florida.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says Central Florida is a leprosy hotspot, accounting for almost 1/5 of reported cases nationwide. FIU infectious diseases expert Dr. Eileen Marty says leprosy is spread by a bacteria carried by a specific animal.
The animal that has leprosy now in Florida is the armadillo. Most people should not be too concerned, but don't go petting armadillos.
The CDC says this outbreak does not appear to be spread by animals. Leprosy affects the skin and nervous system and spreads through extended close contact with untreated patients. Fortunately, Dr. Marty says that leprosy is treatable. Karen Curtis, Miami.
CVS is laying off 5,000 employees. Those layoffs will happen in what the company calls non-customer facing positions, mainly corporate staff. And tonight's Mega Millions drawing could make someone a billionaire. No one has hit it in 3.5 months. Tonight's estimated jackpot stands at just over $1 billion. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
O'Reilly.
Protect your engine with Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec is designed for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99, plus 2 times O Rewards points. Limits apply. Choose Syntec exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, back at it. Where are we at? Hey, a midweek coming on. Hello to Cass from Coleraine Township. Hello, neighbor. Eskimo Mom, what's going on? Happy Hump Day, or Wednesday for most folks. It's day number 2 of 6 this week. It's my typical Runnin' Wild Tuesday, finishing up a drop and hook in Muncie, Indiana. Don't know what I'll be doing when I get back. Just have to be off early enough to do my poll worker training at the home board of elections this morning. Many counties love having too many poll workers rather than not enough. And it's fun for me to do my civic duty. But next Tuesday, August the 8th, Ohio has a special election with just one issue on the ballot. The issue is to change the Ohio Constitution from 44 counties, a required number of signatures, and a vote of 50% plus one to amend the state constitution to requiring all 88 counties in Ohio with the necessary number of valid signatures and 60% plus one, or a supermajority of voters, to pass. I've been seeing some of the ads in here, and I know that's coming up, and it's a pretty big deal in the state of Ohio. August the 8th, and I can't help but think voter turnout may be very, very low, which is typically the case for these special elections, and just one issue on the ballot. We'll see how things work out. Either way, it's a clear, moonlit night. And we're in the low to mid 60s out here. All right, thank you, Eskimo Mom. And I got a little more because coming up this fall, there is a big deal. Abortion rights. An abortion rights amendment is going to be on the ballot in November of this year. This August 8th special election is going to be one. Depending on which way that goes, that could be crucial to whether the abortion rights issue passes or fails come November. We'll try to explain that coming up here, but it's a pretty big deal in the Buckeye State. Inbred Redneck, what's going on?
Nothing much, big buddy. I tell you what, I'm sitting here watching, and I'm looking, and I'm seeing, and hearing people are in doubt. They're worried about their presidential candidates out there. But I want to tell people out there, you do have an alternative choice. It's me. And maybe Eskimo Mom going up there and doing the volunteer poll worker will help me get on the ballot. I hope she feels the same way that I do, that I could serve this country in a productive way and put us into a new era. Era of prosperity and happiness and joy. Steve, I'm hearing a lot of pain out there, buddy. Poor brain dead. I feel your pain, my man, but sometimes in life we just got to shift and do things that are unpleasant. Not that I'm trying to tell you what to do or whatever. I mean, it's your choice, but they got to be a reason that Yellow didn't put these people in layoff, didn't give them official demise, and I'm about to tell people why, whether they realize it or not, Steve, and I've got facts to back me up. This is not an inside trader or none of that stuff. I'm not that high up in the political system yet to have inside tips, but all you got to do is look at the Yellow stock price.
Correct.
You know, last week when the gloom and doom was going on, I was telling people about vultures and whatnot, and vampires are going to come and mess around with this Yellow. Well, buddy, I was one of them vampires. I will admit it. I laid down $100 on yellow stock, and I got it at 50 cents a piece, buddy. Do you know what the yellow stock price is today while they are not even operating, while they ain't shipping a truckload of nothing across nowhere
Yes.
to nobody?
I said the day traders could be making a fortune. I mean, it hit $5 at one point this past day. I mean, so have you checked out yet? And what kind of? I said, people, if you could have put several $1,000s in even on Friday when it was at 71 cents and made a fortune this past day. I mean, why is this hedge fund buying all these millions of shares? They bought 9 million more yesterday. That's why the price is where it's at.
Yeah, they got like 12 million. It's like, what is it, MFN?
They had 12 million as a Friday. They bought the 26th, 27th, 28th, over the 3-day period, 12 million shares. They bought another 9 million yesterday.
Well, all you have to do is look at who they're tied up with, Steve. You know who else they're tied up with? People don't know this. They are one of the largest stockholders of XPO. So, I'm holding on to it. It's probably going to go up more because I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. There's going to be some sort of stock swap or something's going to go on there. And I'm telling you, yellow is not dead. It's going to be, there's just going to be a name change. It's going to be XPO, buddy. That is just my opinion.
Right.
Now, I don't know how XPO does their stuff or whatever, or how these yellow drivers feel about it, but in my mind, I see this happening. And, hey, people called me a fool before, but I think I'm on target on this one. But I could be totally wrong. Who knows?
I mean, Brain Dead earlier said there's 20 different, theories and hypotheses of what this hedge fund is doing, but nobody really knows. I mean, the fact that they have still yet not officially filed for bankruptcy says that should have been done on Monday or Tuesday at the latest. Something's going on behind the scenes. You're right there.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, me looking in, now say I was a driver working over there at Yellow and I'm going through all this stuff, I'd be checking out XPO and I'd be saying, yep, that's going to be my next overlord, Hate to put it that way, people, but
could be.
I mean, that's the way it works. That's what I theorize is going to happen, Steve. And I'm hoping I'm right, but we'll see. I feel for these guys, though. They're out there. And they put them in a bind where it should be illegal. These guys shouldn't be able to do this. Pretty much shutting down a company and then not giving them any walking papers. But a lot of these guys knew this was coming.
Well, yeah, we pretty much all suspected it, but the fact that they were negotiating with creditors, right up till late last week, that is, I guess that's a loophole where you do not have to file the WARN Act to give the 60 days notice. Yeah, we know that part of the deal. But why, the fact that they have not yet actually filed for bankruptcy, Braindead was saying, he went in to file for his unemployment. You can't get the unemployment filed until you're officially dismissed. So I don't know how the heck that works.
Yeah. It don't make any sense, but it seems like those people in that office, I mean, I know years ago when I would work construction, they would give us, in the wintertime, they'd lay us off. You can't really do much concrete asphalt work in the winter. They would lay us off, and we would get what they call partial unemployment. You still got a job, and you may have to go work 10 hours or something during the week, and they'll give you part of it. And I don't know which state he lives in or how his state sees that, But, yeah. But I've got another important issue I'd really need to talk to you about, Steve. You know, there's one company, I've done some research, one company out there in the U.S. that their trucks don't have to go into to the scale. They don't have to go into the weigh station. And we need to fix this, buddy. I've been saying this for years. Some of this stuff is getting out of hand. There's a company out there that has nothing but the daggone robot trucks, and their trucks don't have to go into the daggone weigh station. But every day, I reckon their truck has to be inspected. Now, I don't know if it's by, one of their, say, shop employees, mechanics or whatever, or by the state police. But these autonomous trucks going down the road, and if equal application of the law was to happen, and say any fleet of these trucks, in this fleet of trucks, at any time, if they got like 3 or 4 violations, I believe the whole damn fleet should be shut down. Simply because of the fact that there is no driver in that truck. Any driver out there, if you get caught speeding like 4 times within 6 months or something like that, they're more than likely going to take your license away. Am I not right, Steve?
Well, certainly, yeah.
So what would be, the difference in 4 violations and shutting down this thing and there ain't no drivers in the truck, whether it be lights or whatever? To me, it seems like these companies that are doing this have figured out there's a little loophole. They can do whatever. And as soon as they get this whole system in and get the drivers out, they will be up to their old tricks, just running whatever, wherever, to whoever. And we got to put a stop to it. And I propose, when I'm president, Steve, I'm going to run a law up there that says no autonomous business, buddy. Meaning, I'm going to exclude the vending machine people out there. I've thought about this. Vending machines are autonomous stores, if you think about it. It might be 1950s technology, but daggone, we've got to have people running these businesses to get them through. And for liability reasons, Steve, these trucks go down the road. What's going to happen when this computer decides I can go down the road and there's 3 feet of daggone snow on the road and they jackknife and kill 25 kids on a school bus or something? In the old days, at least you could say, well, we're going to put that truck driver in prison, Yeah. And the company's going to have to pay for it, and the insurance people are going to have. All they're doing is eliminating the person that's going to go to jail, and somehow this is okay. It ain't okay, buddy. We got to stop it. No autonomous businesses in the U.S. unless you're a vending machine selling Coca-Cola and daggone nabs, buddy.
Well, those autonomous truck companies tell us that their autonomous trucks are actually safer than having, say, for instance, the inbred redneck behind the wheel of the truck. That all you raise all valid questions, though, and that's been asked a number of times. Who is going to ultimately bear responsibility? Who's going to pay the price when the, quote, autonomous malfunctions? All right, Cue Ball, got you coming up here after a quick timeout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, it's been a while. What's been happening, Cue Ball?
Oh, it's been going. Busy. Nothing but fun and occasional pieces of trouble created by, substandard parts. Let's just leave it at. See, I had a whole bunch today. I've been saving up a bunch of nonsense. But there was one I forgot. I keep thinking about it. I never call. I keep saying to myself, I'll stay up one of these nights I'm at home and call in about it. And then another caller just mentioned it just a little bit ago, and I'm like, you know what, I didn't want to bring that up again because I'm sure you guys are talking all about the cocaine in the White House, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I've never heard anybody it's like it's so obvious, but nobody figured this out. Okay? And it's not the first thing you think. Even Bongino went a long way with it, but he didn't go as far as I would. Bongino was talking like, to him, that looked like a drug deal. It wasn't somebody's stash that they forgot. That was going to somebody. Now, who in that White House, let me word this properly, who in that White House needs cocaine? Can you guess?
I mean, Hunter's the first to come to mind. Some said the president does.
That's where I'm going with this. Think about it, Steve. If you have no, seriously, I'm dead serious. Hunter's the hookup man, but that coke was for Joe. Here's why. If you're the White House doctor, it's one thing to lie when you know the guy is out there when it comes to his mental stamina, right? Now, what happened to Michael Jackson's doctor after he died? Remember what happened to him? The doctor that was getting him dope and shooting him up with it?
The fentanyl and all that, yes.
Where'd that doctor wind up? Yeah, where'd he wind up? And he wound up in a slammer, didn't he?
Yes.
So if you're the White House physician and you know that Joe's got an event to do and he needs a little more pep in his step.
Little pick me up.
You're gonna stick him in the ass with a big shot of Adderall? knowing that if something happens, you're going to Leavenworth for that stuff? Or you think you're going to tell the son, hey, give him about give him if it's a quick thing, give him a key bump. If he needs a little bit more than that, you might have to, you might have to toot the whole line. That Coke's Joe's Coke. How do you think he gets through those big speeches when he's all amped up and fired up? That guy normally falling asleep in his pudding.
That's true.
It's Joe's Coke. It's Joe's Coke. But you're not going to get it in any other way. You need Hunter to do it. He's the hookup man. Why do you think he's still there? Think about it. He's nothing but dead weight for that guy. Right? Think about it. All the crap he's been through. Why would you keep this guy around? Son or not? He's the hookup guy. Anyway. Oh man, where else do I go from here? I kind of want to share a longer story. But I feel bad for this whole situation with Yellow. By the way, Mother Trucker was talking about that whole thing that Inbred Redneck was talking about too with the stock, about this connection with this hedge fund and a connection with Expo. It's an interesting situation for sure. But yeah. I guess what I wanted to talk about that was some advice on what to do. If you're a driver for them and everything's up in the air, what do you do? So I did want to touch base on that. But I do want to rant real quick before I get into that. Steve, you ever wonder how parts break? And I talked about this. It'll be coming up on one of my videos where I'm like, I started noticing that trucking's being very hard because, well, parts for these trucks are getting difficult to get, or the quality of the parts are not there, which means fewer trucks on the road. It's harder to run a trucking business if you're having a hard time maintaining your equipment because parts are unavailable. And I often wonder how much the trucks not being available makes the parts availability difficult. Because think about it. Whoever made my part that recently failed can't get the raw materials or equipment, or even labor. So you outsource this nonsense. You see how one starts this, where does the cycle start, right? You need trucks for parts, but you need also parts for trucks.
Right, and it's kind of a domino thing. Well, we'll pause there because we're up to news break time, but we'll be back after this.
USA News Update. Former President Trump has been indicted in connection with the January 6th Capitol riot. Prosecutors say his efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election contributed to that riot. This marks the second time the Department of Justice has indicted Trump. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis invited Vice President Kamala Harris to Florida to set the record straight over the African-American curriculum controversy.
Now seeing this Kamala Harris lie exposed about Florida's high school curriculum. She tried to demagogue something that had been done by a lot of Black history scholars consistent with Florida law.
Harris, speaking in Orlando today, declined the invitation while continuing to criticize the curriculum. A new poll shows President Biden and former President Trump tied in a 2024 general election rematch. The New York Times Siena College poll shows both candidates receiving 43% of the support. John Schaefer, USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code STRONG for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code STRONG for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code STRONG.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, so we left off there. We talked about, so you need the parts for the trucks, but you need trucks for the parts. Is it...
Yep.
Does it all go back to this the whole supply chain issues that it's never really recovered, or is it something else?
I think it's a mix of both. In my case personally, when it came to these two parts, well, let me just slow down for a minute and be a little more specific. So, what I'm talking about specifically is replacement parts for a Caterpillar engine. Okay.
Yeah.
So, my truck's 84 with a 3406B Caterpillar. So the thing literally is getting on 40 years old. Okay, got it. So when I rebuilt this engine, there was a handful of components that I had replaced that were just old and worn out, typical, engine overhaul parts. But some parts you just put back on. One part in particular, because that's an aftercooler, it has an air-to-water aftercooler. There's a water manifold sitting on top of the head that cools the charge air coming off the turbo going into the head. And there's a pipe that goes in front of the engine that comes from your water pump housing. And there's a little elbow that comes off the water pump housing that goes to that pipe, and it's sealed with a gasket to the housing and an O-ring to that pipe. Now, where that O-ring on that pipe goes into that housing, it has to be smooth metal. Full 40-year-old metal is not the smoothest thing on planet Earth. So when I put an all new O-ring in there and put it all back together, it worked that way for about a year. And then I noticed I had a little water leak. It just with little dripping on the bottom of the engine. Nothing, not a big water leak, but just annoying. It was, putting a little bit of coating down the bottom of the truck. So next time I had it apart, I changed it. A really simple thing. $60 component, bought it from Caterpillar, brand new, again, from the Caterpillar dealer, okay? And unlike the original one, the new one has stamped on the bottom of it, China. Well, I guarantee you that part built in 1984 was not made in China. But it was, when I bought it, the replacement component. Well, 6, 7, maybe months, maybe a year later, I started developing a water leak in the exact same damn spot. Of course, I'm thinking, that can't possibly be that O-ring again. Maybe the pipe was rusted through. So I ordered a new pipe, and we took it apart, and couldn't find a hole in the pipe. But I ordered a new one anyway. And then Dave showed me the elbow that came off the truck. He's like, hey, look at this hole in the casting. And then look on the inside where the O-ring sealed against it on the smooth part of that nut. Well, this casting is quite rough. It literally looks like an old sand cast. And on the inside of it, opposite of where the hole is on the outside, you could just barely make out a crack. And I'm like, this truck was never overheated or frozen. How'd this crack? And why did it start where this hole is on the outside of a crappy cast? Well, it does heat cycle, and that's why it cracked, and that's why it leaked. Chinesium. Well, this weekend, I load up a fire truck, take it home, do some work on a truck, a simple clutch adjustment. How do you break down a truck on a clutch adjustment? Well, I'll tell you how. So you bump the starter over so you can line up the clutch adjustment bolt with the access hole on the bottom of your bell housing. You just kick the starter in real quick, just bump it, right? And I bumped it. Once, didn't quite go far enough. I bumped it again, and it just made this horrible grinding noise up underneath the truck. I'm like, oh, crap. So I thought the starter had gone out. Changed out the starter thinking it was a faulty starter, although that starter is less than 6 months old, too. But, again, I'm starting to get used to parts not being of any quality. So I replaced the starter, and when you know it, the exact same problem, even with the new starter. I'm like, okay, so it's not the starter, it's the truck. What in the heck could have possibly happened where the starter can't spin the engine over, it just grinds? Well, 2 years ago, I put a clutch in this. I rebuilt the transmission, and I replaced the flywheel to a newer style. That way it had a bigger clutch hub from the original style that came with the truck. Again, it's a 40-year-old truck. And I put a new clutch, the flywheel, pilot bearing, the whole bit, And the flywheel was from Caterpillar. It was a Caterpillar Reman flywheel. The other one was worn down also, I forgot to mention. Well, the ring gear came off the flywheel. It's 2 years old. I mean, happened. And people that I know that work on trucks, I literally only talked to one person that's ever even heard of this problem happening to a truck like that.
Mm-hmm.
Another Caterpillar Reman. Now, was this component also made in China? I don't know, but I've had a few run-ins with like I said, a starter, stuff like that. But I'm starting to wonder the quality of these components. Right? It's like this is insane. Like how these parts just aren't worth a damn. So my theory is, you want to talk politics with somebody, get these parts made in the United States. Get these parts made with, quality.
Yeah.
Can we figure that out? Can we stop jobbing it out to the cheapest bidder and then hauling that crap on the, from wherever the hell they make it in China? The world's largest engine, Steve, brings the Chinesium from there to the United States. It makes the Triangle trip. It's owned by Maersk. It's the biggest engine in the world. That's just a few of them now. That's where our economy went. It went overseas. So Monkey Gouger was talking about that Air Force veteran, and I know a lot of guys like him. He was talking about, kind of change the stories here quick before I get into the crux of it here. These guys are old salt Democrats. They're not communists. They are not. But because of where they get their information, they haven't educated themselves to realize that the modern Democrat Party is full-blown communist. They haven't been educated. Well, one day they will. Now, the thing is, I'm cold-hearted enough that when bad stuff, you see them on the news where it's like, oh, I have to sell my business and move. I can't run a business in the city because I'm getting robbed or this, that, or the other bad thing. Well, who'd you vote for? Oh, I voted for Democrat. Oh, well, tough crap. I'll straight tell you, oh, well, you that's the choice you made. Live with it now. Oh, it's not fair. Oh, too bad. I didn't want to have what happened to me happen either, but nonetheless, here we are. So, that's kind of how that whole thing goes. They just don't know that their party has turned into communist. Basically, pure and simple. Now, this whole thing with Yellow. And I mean this, what I'm going to say might sound cold-hearted, and I don't mean it to be that way. But some people just have to understand that just because you've done something one way for so long doesn't mean it's ever going to be that way ever again, or think that business model even works today.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go back a little bit and maybe get people to understand something. I was born and raised in New Jersey. What the hell do you think I'm doing in Wisconsin? You really think I love the weather? No, that's where the job that I made the most money was located. Pure and simple. I wouldn't live in Jersey at all. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not like I moved out of Jersey because, I love to stay where I was in Jersey, you know what I mean? It's just that the job was better somewhere else, so I took it and went. That's what some people may have to do. My grandfather, God rest his soul, my dad's dad, the Festrek side. Don't mind my name. Everybody knows who the hell I am now, which is annoying. Anyway, when he left the coal mines in Pennsylvania, when he first started over there, he was making decent money and living in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, the coal miner. You have to like coal out there, right? Well, the mines are closing down, and he wasn't making the money he used to. This was the early 50s. The country was transitioning, especially the railroads, from steam and coal to diesels. So the coals weren't doing so. The coal mines weren't doing so well. Well, the old man had to do something. He was down to $7 a week. $7 a week. This is 1952 at this point, believe it or not. He went to New Jersey because he can get a job in Jersey, he was told. So he loaded up a 1936 Chevrolet and drove out to New Jersey with it. He had enough gas money to go to New Jersey. He didn't have enough to come back. It was a one-way trip.
Yep.
He left his wife, left my father, left my uncle, and he went to Jersey and he got him a job. He stayed there while working, and he stayed in a rooming house. He did this for enough time until he could afford to get the family a place to live close enough to where he worked. And then when he finally had enough to rent this place, he went back to Wilkes-Barre, packed up what they could fit in a 49 Dodge and a 36 Chevrolet, and abandoned the rest and went to New Jersey. Once again, enough money to get everything one direction. And it wasn't a moving van. They looked like the Clampets, everything tied to the car. They literally had my grandmother's clothesline slung underneath the car, strapped and lashed to the bumpers. Okay, like the poles hold the clotheslines up. That's how they moved. And that was at 52 because the mines closed. He wasn't going to sit there and wait for somebody to help him, or maybe the coal mines will open back up and I can make good money again. If that were the case, he'd have starved to death in Wilkes-Barre. So guys with the Yellow, that work for Yellow, and whether they have a job or not, you might be waiting for a job that's never coming back. You might have to relocate to get a job similar to what you are used to if you want to stay in that same kind of field. Somebody made a comment on one of my YouTube videos about would I be able to find yellow drivers work with the company I'm with? I'm like, no, they're not qualified because they don't do the work that we do. It's not that they're not good truck drivers, but they don't have any background in flatbedding, cargo securement, so we couldn't touch them even if we wanted to. So it's like that. There's also the mentality that does come with those types of employees where it's like, if I have a headlight burn out tonight, I'm going to have to just pull over, go to the truck stop, buy a new one, and change it out. I know it's against their contract to do that, so that mentality sticks, and that's probably why a lot of companies don't want to touch them. If you want to know the answer to the question, that's it right there. Not saying that one particular driver is that way, but that culture does exist amongst a group of employees that they don't want to do anything beyond what they are absolutely mandated to do. Out here where the rest of us work, it doesn't work that way. That business model doesn't work. So that becomes a problem. My best advice to people, similar to my grandfather and similar to me, is you either adapt or you go extinct. You evolve or you go extinct. You may have to relocate. You may have to find a different type of job. You may have to do an over-the-road route for a little bit so you find another thing to do. It depends on where you live and what kind of job you're willing to do, or leave the industry. Listen, the whole world is hiring. The whole world is hiring right now. You don't even have to stay in the trucking business. Are you going to make the same money you were making? Probably not. But then again, everybody knew this was coming. So I know it sounds cold-hearted, but if everybody knew that the writing was on the wall for quite a many years now, if you don't have a plan B, well, then that's, no one else is going to bail you out of failure to plan, especially when you had so much heads-up notice that that job was probably going to disappear on you. At minimum, is going to drastically change. And again, I know it sounds somewhat cold-hearted, but that's the facts. I went through it. My family went through it, and it's just, it's the way it is, sadly. So, there was something else, but I can't remember. Maybe I'll think about it, call it again later, but I don't remember.
All right. Well, we covered a lot there.
I'll leave it at that. I'm probably accurate enough.
Thank you for checking in. Good to hear from you. All right, about 12 before the hour, and it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, we'll get to Carl coming up here. 5-7 first, though. Morning 5-7. What's happening?
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Oh, okay. First, I want to relay that I talked to Blind Man yesterday afternoon, and he said he's going to try to call in. He's been sleeping really well at night. But after all the trauma his body's been through, it's probably a good thing he gets a good rest.
Yes.
Things with his girlfriend, I don't want to, I want him to be able to say it. Things have pretty well leveled off right now. He's not worried about losing her, and I'll leave that at that. But he still, when he gets up, he'll try to get on, but he's a listener and thinking about folks.
Okay.
And I told him I'd pass that on. Also, this is not my original thought, but I'll pass this on. Brain Dead has been mentioning, they won't hire. They won't hire union men. They won't hire them. A thought was passed on to me. He said, see, I've been 20 years in this. I mean, and I was in West Virginia. I called the man down here. I need a job. He said, when you get down here, let me know. I get down here. I run over, and he mailed me the job application. I filled it out, mailed it back. I get down here and I call him up. He says, go on over here to Statesboro and get Georgia and get the drug test. And he said, I have a truck ready for you. I mean, that was it, Now you do it all online. I'm totally out of all this stuff, what they're doing. But what was relayed to me is, what do they do now today? Something that wasn't 20 years ago wasn't an issue. They'll they'll have that job application. They'll actually go and look at all their information. They'll go to their Facebook page. Maybe, they've been posting things about the company, good or bad. And that might be a negative, nope. If you put your business out online like that, no, we don't want anybody to do that. There might be a risk there that nobody talks about. And by the way, they would nail me because I love what I'm doing and I'm bragging on it all the time. And I mean, I don't have too many negatives from what I do, guys. Really. Yeah, I've got it out online. So that's I hope that gets overcome. I pray that these guys get their job or get jobs going. But I also told a blind man about another little thing. I said, what are you invested? He goes, well, invested in what? I said, yellow. He said, what do you mean yellow? He said, I told him the situation was to happen. He said, he said he's going to call his broker. And hopefully it made him a couple bucks. I'm wondering if that group is all they're doing is buying up a whole bunch, get the stock way up, and then roll out of it the last minute.
I mean, that's what was crossing my mind. If it's an attempt, because the big move it's made from 71 cents to $5. I mean, when you're talking millions of shares, now if they try to sell a bunch at one time, suddenly there won't be any buyers, right?
When it comes to that stuff, I have no idea, and that's why I stay away from it. But I do remember this when stock starts dropping. Blind man's broker says, "Never try to catch a falling knife." So
yeah,
but yeah, this is it's a head scratcher. He did throw. Hey, you wonder why they're buying up stock? And blind man comes out of nowhere and he goes, probably because they know China is going to buy the trucking company. They're buying everything else,
Yeah.
So, other than that, we'll leave it be. But thought I'd pass on a little bit of maintenance there on some brothers in the radio or your business there, and really enjoy it. Shoot, I'll throw this. It was just said that, because you don't have flatbed experience. I've done flatbed for 20 years, but I never had experience pulling rolled steel. And I got the job at TMC, and they had ice. They weren't able to get a truck in to show us during orientation how to properly chain down rolled steel. Well, my first load takes me into Chicago. U.S. Steel has rolled steel, puts it on the truck. I'm back in, and I have an idea. That's it. But I looked over to an older operator sitting right now. Remember, I'm TMC, competitor. Look over to this owner operator, and I've never done this before. And he jumped on it. He was he was tucking in his tarp. He jumped in it right now. And the guy on the other side, he was talking to the guy on the other side, he jumped in it right now. These two owner-operators jumped in to take care of business. And I just want to say thank you to them. I said thank you back then, and I'm just saying that if it wasn't for some of these drivers out here, I'd have never got by. Who knows how I would have chained it. But I learned to chain it the right way by professionals and by guys that were willing to give you a little bit of time to get the job done right. And
what you were having to chain there, if it was not chained right, could have been a deadly scenario. That's a dangerous stuff there. So, all right, 5-7, copy the mail. Right, we got to get to the top of the hour news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Make that 3 indictments against former President Trump, and the very latest involves Trump's actions in the run-up to the January 6th Capitol riots. Special counsel Jack Smith said Tuesday,
"My office will seek a speedy trial. In the meantime, I must emphasize that the indictment is only an allegation and that the defendant must be presumed innocent."
The Department of Justice claims Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election contributed to the Capitol riot. In June, the DOJ indicted Trump in the case involving his handling of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago. President Biden spending this week at his Delaware Beach home. President arrived July 28th to Rehoboth Beach, is expected to stay until Friday. He's taking calls and working while away. If the presidential election were held today, it would be a tie.
A new poll shows President Biden and former President Trump tied in a 2024 general election rematch. The New York Times Siena College poll shows both candidates receiving 43% of support from registered voters. That is if the election were held today. However, the survey also found both men are disliked more than liked, with 54% of voters disapproving of Biden and 55% disapproving of Trump. I'm John Schaefer.
The U.S. Embassy in Niger is open and operating normally right now amid a military takeover in the country.
We're monitoring the efforts by France and other Europeans to evacuate their citizens. We urge Nigerian authorities to facilitate an orderly, safe evacuation.
State Department spokesman Matthew Miller said there's no indication of threats to U.S. citizens or facilities at this time. A pair of Republicans facing criminal charges for their alleged role in trying to access Michigan voting machines following the 2020 presidential election. This is USA News.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Learn more at chase.com/business premier. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Account subject to credit approval. Restrictions and limitations apply. Cards are issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank. Any member FDIC.
O'Reilly. Did you know 1 in 4 car batteries is weak and needs to be replaced? O'Reilly Auto Parts will test your battery for free. If your battery needs to be replaced, our professional parts people can help you find the right Superstart battery for your vehicle and budget. Don't wait. Get your battery tested for free today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Suspected Gilgo Beach murderer Rex Heuermann appeared in a Long Island courthouse Tuesday, and his lawyer says there's an enormous amount of information to be reviewed.
Rex Heuermann's lawyer, Michael Brown, says the defense has been provided with 8 terabytes of information that will be reviewed in the coming months.
I was told that a gigabyte is 6,000 pages, and I was told that there's 1,000 gigabytes in a terabyte. I don't know if that's true, but if it is, it's enormous.
Suffolk DA Ray Tierney said the vast array of evidence will be turned over on a rolling basis. Heuermann, accused in the murders of 3 women in the Gilgo Beach area, he is the prime suspect in a 4th slaying. Liz Warner, New York.
Zendaya is remembering her Euphoria co-star Angus Cloud, who died Monday at 25 years old. She wrote on Instagram she's thankful she got the chance to know him in this life. The two both attended Oakland School of the Arts before they starred together on the HBO series. Speaking Tuesday in Orlando, Vice President Kamala Harris says she will not accept an invitation from Governor Ron DeSantis to discuss Florida's new Black History curriculum.
There is no round table, no lecture, no invitation we will accept to debate an undeniable fact.
Harris told women attending an AME church convention that there were no redeeming qualities to slavery, and she called the issue an unnecessary debate. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Learn more at chase.com/business premier. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Account subject to credit approval. Restrictions and limitations apply. Cards are issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank. Any member FDIC.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the Diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the Diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the Diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Here we are as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Wednesday, second day of August, by the way. Yeah, August officially underway. Another quick update as far as the UPS deal, the tentative agreement that has yet to be ratified by the rank and file. We had some discussion earlier in the week. I think Philip had called asking about, you hearing anything about, especially some of the part-timers not being happy. But I found some of that information. We shared that. But looks like the latest yesterday says by a vote of 161-1, the Teamsters local unions representing those full and part-time workers at UPS voted to endorse that tentative 5-year agreement. It was reached on July the 25th. They're recommending its passage by the full membership. Of the 176 local unions with UPS members, 14 affiliates failed to show up to the meeting in D.C. to review the tentative agreement. But the agreement now moves to the rank and file, which will have the chance to vote, yes or no, between tomorrow, the 3rd and the 22nd of August. The gains achieved during the negotiations, which occurred regionally and nationally since January, larger and more lucrative than any previous Teamsters contract at UPS, according to the Teamsters. The tentative agreement, which the Teamsters said is valued at $30 billion, sizable wage increases for all workers for the life of the contract. Of course, the air conditioning on new vehicles, the end of the 2-tier wage system, catch-up raises for part-timers, Martin Luther King Day, a paid holiday for the first time, and new language to prevent forced overtime on the days off. So again, the voting ratification votes will actually begin starting on Thursday there. Carl with us here on a hump day. Morning, Carl.
Morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Appreciate it. Getting into this yellow freight business and UPS as well. These companies in particular, I've worked for 5 different companies in 28 years, and one of them was a Teamsters company, one of them, okay? And what I discovered when I was working for the Teamsters in this company, okay, I discovered that the company doesn't like the union, okay? They just don't like unions, period. And they don't want to deal with grievances. They don't want to deal with joint area committee meetings. They don't want to deal with arbitration. They sometimes tear up grievances right in front of you as you're a union steward. I was a union steward for 4 years, and I got 2 grievances torn up right in front of my face and dropped on the floor a couple of times. So I know how it feels as being a union steward, okay? So I have to report that to the union rep, and then the union rep comes down and has a big meeting with the company about it, and they really hate that. And it's really just a big business type thing where Yellow Freight in particular, they probably weren't making enough money to deal with the union, and UPS is. So UPS is making plenty of money, and they're just willing to work with the union as of right now. When they start losing money, if they ever have that kind of shape like Yellow got themselves in, listening to Heat Wave and several other drivers who have worked for Yellow Freight here, and they're calling in, they tell about the mismanagement of the company. So, yeah, we see that they have lost money. What happened to all the COVID relief money that they got, nobody seems to know. Nobody's reporting about that. It's millions of dollars that they wasted, and nobody seems to know what's going on with Yellow. And now their stock price is raising. I can almost guarantee you that they're going to come back as another company, and it's going to be definitely non-union this time.
Right.
And that's a guarantee. You can bet that. They are very much dirty. I can see that from just listening to Heat Wave and all the other drivers. I can take that to the bank. That company is dirty to the core, and UPS is too. But UPS is making money. They're making money hand over fist, and the postal rates as well are raising up. And if you do any business on eBay or anything like that, and you receive things from eBay, nowadays you get very little free shipping. You're going to pay some money for shipping. It's pretty expensive too as well. You're going to pay for just one item. You're going to pay maybe $6.95 for shipping or $12.95. It's weird how they make their prices on there.
Right.
And that's just for one item. And you just, sometimes you got to reconsider, I don't think I want to buy this because of the shipping cost, and getting to Donald Trump too as well here, his business with the courts are costing him a lot of money. It's getting into the millions of dollars right now. I think it's somewhere around $50 million. I'm not sure. They were talking about it on Lake News this evening. It's getting way up there. And so they're trying to just get him to quit. That's what they're doing. And this business, these are charges. They're low level charges. That he may get convicted in the lower court, but he still has the option of spending the money that it takes to go to the appellate court. And then the appellate court is much more fair than the local court that he's in, Washington, D.C. and Miami and Georgia is coming up. But the appellate court, and then it's the Supreme Court, okay, after that. And I have a feeling that all of this is going to be ending up in the Supreme Court. And then this Jack Smith, he's probably going to receive a whole lot more than just a scolding from the judges in Supreme Court. He may lose his license to be a prosecutor. He is just dragging this out. He's making a mess out of everything over nothing. Donald Trump has definitely, at the January 6th, he said to the people, he said, you will peacefully march to the Capitol.
We all heard it, correct.
And have your voices heard. That's exactly what he said. He did not tell those people to attack no one. He didn't say, invade the Capitol. He didn't say to do the things that happened there. He didn't tell the police to allow them to come in either. And as a matter of fact, he recommended to Nancy Pelosi days before that. I think it was about 2 weeks
to bring in the National Guard. Yes, yeah,
to be used. And Nancy Pelosi refused, knowing that this was going to happen. She had it planned. There was a plan for this, and she had it planned. That's where it came from, right there. And much like I saw at Charlottesville, the same thing, Charlottesville, Virginia, the police allowed at the very first for people to come in that shouldn't have been allowed to go in there. And they were carrying sticks and various other things, and the police didn't even show up until late in the day. And then all of a sudden, somebody gets run over and killed in the street, and then it's just a big old mess. Well, that's the same thing that happened with Ashley Babbitt inside the Capitol. She was not supposed to have been shot by that Capitol police officer. That Capitol police officer shot her on his own accord. But then again, he may have had orders to shoot someone who was coming in through that certain spot there that he was located at, because she was being picked up and lifted up and pushed through the broken glass door right there, and he shot her directly in the vein of her jugular vein, and there she just spewed out blood there on the floor, and until she was dead. So that's just a mess there, and that's why Pence couldn't do his job. Apparently, he couldn't continue to do his job. He had a job that day. His job was to verify the counts of these votes and to verify all of this. That's what they were gathered there to do that day, and they did not do their jobs. Pence didn't do his job, and he should have done his job, but he didn't do his job, even though there was a mess there at the Capitol that day. So he was required to verify the count of those votes and to say whether or not they were fraudulent or not. And they could have dragged that out for months, and Trump would have been president still until they figured it out, for 6 months after January 20th, if that's what it took to verify the votes. But no, they didn't want to do that because that would have been too hard to do, And so that's the way that goes.
And as you explained there,
yeah.
Carl, we know you're hearing that Jack Smith is saying that he tried to overturn the election. No, there were legitimate cases being filed by Rudy Giuliani and they had attorneys all over the country, filing cases about potential voter fraud accusations. The idea was we just wanted the truth of what actually unfolded.
That's right.
The truth of the election. And I don't think they took up any of those cases, did they?
No, they did not. They said later that they entered the courts and then judges ruled on them things. But really, we didn't see none of that. There's just a matter of hearsay on the issue. And there were judges that were involved in it, but they were, it was just not they said that Trump didn't win a case, basically, is what they said. But nothing was broadcast the way it should have been broadcasted and investigated the way it should have been. None of it. And so thank you for your time there, Steve. Appreciate it, buddy.
Yep. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, I think we've been saying this for months. The idea is they spent 4 years trying to wear the man down, wear the American people, trying to wear his supporters down. And I mean, they cannot believe there are supporters of Trump out there to this day, and that actually the numbers are growing. Voters becoming emboldened to support the guy because they see what's going on. But at some point, if we file enough charges and keep him in court, eventually, at some point, he's going to say, he's going to cry uncle. He's going to throw in the towel. He's got to give up at some point, yay or nay. Or if not, maybe we can just, the federal government has an endless supply of money from we, the taxpayers. Maybe we can just run him out of cash, run him out of money, and he'll have to give in. That's the way I see it.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
right, hello to Joe, checking in from beautiful Great Falls, Montana tonight. It says beautiful evening, 70 degrees. Hello to Rob, good morning from Bentonville, Arkansas. Wow, 80 degrees? Yeah, warm night there in Arkansas. Hello to the Ice Cream Man. Check in from here in, Brun Harbor, Indiana. Headed to Columbus, Ohio to visit my 6-year-old daughter, boss daughter. Okay, there you go, the boss. All right, get back to Kentucky. Ken is on board. What's been happening, Ken?
Hey, not too much. Out on my first tour, just got to Duluth, Minnesota. And I think I'm going to like this new assignment here.
Oh, yeah?
It's sort of fun running with, well, on this tour, there's 3 other trucks. And it's, so it's going to be different. But this tour I'm going to be on for 2 weeks and going all the way out to Seattle, Washington, and a few stops in between. So I'm pretty excited about it. Going to see the country for sure.
There you go. Yeah, well, as much as you can see from the interstate, right? I mean, truck drivers always say
that's exactly right.
You don't get to see a whole heck of a lot just from the interstate highway, but
right. But I mean, on these venues, you'll be here a day, usually a day or 2 days, and
okay,
and maybe there'll be a little bit of downtime where you can see a little bit. They said this venue we're at here at Duluth is just gorgeous. Of course, we're going to unload in about an hour and a half, and once we get done, we'll get our rest and see where we go from there. So, but no, it's pretty cool, and I really. I know you already commented on the Taylor Swift thing. Can you imagine? I mean, that had to be just life-changing for some of those drivers. Just to get a bonus check like that for doing that gig.
Right.
That's just, I think it's awesome. I think it's awesome.
Well, I'm thinking they're probably getting pretty good pay doing what they're doing to begin with, hauling that expensive equipment and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, $100,000 bonus. Wow.
Yeah, that's something. That's really something, and that's just very generous. I know she made a boatload of money on that tour. I mean, I know you know about the Cincinnati 2 days.
Yeah.
All that, but I just think it's really cool, and when we loaded up for this one, it's funny, how things come around. Back in the day when I was driving for Trout Dairy, we used in the trailers load bars. Well, in these trailers, they're a little different. They're not diamond plate floors. They're air ride. They don't use retreads on these trailers, or they're all good tires. And you use straps. I bet
Hey, according to my clock, Ken, I got to hit my news break here.
USA News update. Former President Trump has been indicted in connection with the January 6th Capitol riot. Prosecutors say his efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election contributed to that riot. This marks the second time the Department of Justice has indicted Trump. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis invited Vice President Kamala Harris to Florida to set the record straight over the African-American curriculum controversy.
Now seeing this Kamala Harris lie exposed about Florida's high school curriculum, she tried to demagogue something that had been done by a lot of Black history scholars consistent with Florida law.
Harris, speaking in Orlando today, declined the invitation while continuing to criticize the curriculum. A new poll shows President Biden and former President Trump tied in a 2024 general election rematch. The New York Times Siena College poll shows both candidates receiving 43% of the support. John Schaefer, USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code STRONG for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code STRONG for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code STRONG.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, there you go. Hey, good morning to the Hired Gun. Checking in from Northwest Georgia tonight. First time in a while being up early enough to catch the show live. I have been catching a lot of the replays, though. All right. I wonder where you've been there, Hired Gun. Working a lot of days, I guess. Yeah, meanwhile, yeah, Kentucky Ken got run over there. Welcome back, Kentucky Ken.
Hey, thanks for holding me over, Steve. No, I just think it's sort of they strap everything in tight, and they probably had 15 people pushing the carts on the trailer. It took us maybe a half hour to get loaded for each trailer, and then we all rolled out together. So it's going to be interesting. It's a lot different. So I got one of the originating guys who started on tour with my company, and he said it just keeps growing. So I think it's going to be a challenge because you hustle when you get to these docks and stuff, and then you got some good downtime and stuff.
Time
too,
to relax. Okay.
Yeah, a little bit. So, and but you know, it's going to be a long haul coming back from Seattle. That's where we're coming back from, going from Seattle to Milwaukee. So that's a long haul, but we'll get her done, and just going to enjoy it, and just as always, enjoy your program and listening to everybody, and hope everybody has a good, safe night. I appreciate you.
Always good to hear from you there, Kentucky Ken. Thanks for checking, and good luck on the new endeavor. Something new, always exciting, right? Hey, what's up, yo?
What's up, yo?
Long time.
Does he drive? Go ahead.
I said long time, no talk.
Yeah, it's been a little while. Does he drive for upstaging?
I'm not exactly sure. I don't know that he's divulged who he's working for.
Oh, okay. It sounds like it may be. I've always been fascinated with that company. I talk to the drivers when I go to concerts. The Rolling Stones had 70 trucks on their tour. And a lot of times I go to a show, I'm like the last person to leave the parking lot. But as soon as that show's over and you watch them roadies tear that stage down like an army of ants, and it just always amazes me how they get the equipment and the amps and the instruments, the electric cables and soundboards into the trucks in a certain order, and then the next one's back in, and they load them, and they go to the next place, and it comes out in just the right order to erect that stage and hook everything up. But it's a neat career. I know they're going out a long time. Kid Rock played a venue in right in Baltimore, downtown, and they had to park all them trucks in line on the street. I bet that was a hard one to get into compared to lining 30 trucks in a stadium parking lot. But yeah, that's a pretty neat gig. I'd like to hear him call more details on how that all works.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a bid here at UPS already. I start at 10:45 Monday through Friday now. And, I got about 45 to 50 guys under me already.
Wow.
And there's about, it may be more, 8 to 10 yellow guys from my terminal in the pipeline to come over where I'm at now. 8 of us came over early. We've seen the writing on the wall. But what was funny about my situation, I started my week's training April 16th, and then I ran my first trip on the same day that I ran my first trip. It was 30 years to the date I ran my first trip at Roadway. So April 22nd of 93, I started at Roadway, and I ran my first trip at UPS that same day. Yeah, who are the KBM partners? The guys that bought the stock in yellow.
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to it's no big. I think it's MFN, something like that. I can't recall, but yeah. What do you think the deal is? I mean, with yesterday's buy, I think the Kansas City Business Journal said they now own 42% of Yell.
Right. Whatever the letters are, I looked them guys up. They're 2 Harvard grads, and they're worth billions. And they've put a lot of companies that were taking a beating in the press and almost done and stuff, sort of like the Bud Light. They'll invest in them companies, and sometimes they've turned around. But however they did it, they're worth billions. But at first, it blew my mind. I thought I would look at yellow stock, and it would be about 10 cents. On Friday, it was 47 cents, and then Saturday, it was after hours. It was about $1.47. I was like, what in the hell is going on here? And I read up on these guys, and at first, I thought they might have been doing what they call a bump and dump. So they buy, would they buy $12 million worth or 12 million shares? 12 million shares they bought.
I believe it is, and then 9 million yesterday.
Right. Yeah, they bought like 3 and 3 and then 6 and then 9 yesterday. So they buy a bunch of shares, and it goes from 47 to $1, and then everybody looks at that, they get a fever. Oh, I can make some money too. And remember GameStop?
Yes.
So they kind of. I read yesterday that in the last 100 days, yellow stock, there was 2.5 million shares traded per day, and now it's 96 million was traded yesterday, and they actually had to freeze the trading 4 times the day before and several times yesterday. It's something like if the stock goes up more than 5% to what it had been, in the last 10 minutes, then they put a freeze on it, and it's almost like the system's overloaded or something. They'll freeze it for a half hour, and then they'll start trading again. So that's been happening a lot. So with 96 million shares being sold, there's a lot of people sitting at home on their home computer playing yellow stock.
Yep.
Like a casino.
Day traders.
Right. Putting 150 on it, and then, oh, looky here, it's now 200 a share, and then selling that and waiting around a while, wondering if it's going to go up or down more. Just people are just doing that all over the place. So it's not serious investors saying like, oh, I think XPO is going to buy them. They're going to open up non-union and this and that. I think it's those guys, KBM Partners or whatever the abbreviation is. I think what they're doing is buying a whole lot of the stock, and there's different types of bankruptcy, like Consolidated Freight filed Chapter 11. And when you file Chapter 11, your preferred stockholders are first to get paid back, and then your regular stockholders, people like me and you. So what I believe's happened is if they can buy all this stock cheap, and when Yellow liquidates, they're $1.5 billion in debt, but their assets are worth $2.5 billion. So they file Chapter 11 and they liquidate and pay these guys back. When they file when they eventually file bankruptcy, they're going to take them off the stock market. So it was like $3.90 a share when I started work, and these guys have bought most of these shares for under $1. So when Yellow liquidates and they sell all the assets and properties and tractors and everything, and then there's profit, these guys will be paid back at the higher share value. That's where they'll make their profit.
So it's like they essentially in the last, I guess going back, they started on the 26th, 27, 28, and again more on, I guess, yesterday. And they're just running up the price of the stock then so that they can cash in after the bankruptcy filing then.
Exactly. And they've only made one statement. Why are you doing this? And they said for an investment.
Uh-huh.
I don't believe that. I believe Yellow is going to file bankruptcy and liquidate, and that's going to be it for Yellow. I don't think that there's any game whatsoever for anybody to buy. They've lost their customer base.
Gone.
So I don't think anybody's going to buy all these real estate and trucks and docks and reopen at all. I think their game is surely to profit after bankruptcy when they pay their preferred stockholders. And I was wondering why they didn't follow Monday. And Braindead said one of the reasons. They have Yellow Logistics, which they have 6 non-union warehouses, and then they're basically a truckload broker. And there's a value to that. They used to have YRC Logistics. They sold in 2009 for $37 million. And then they started Henry Logistics, which is now Yellow Logistics. If you go to Yellow Logistics homepage, internet homepage, it says something to the effect, we're not affected by what's going on with the LTL part of the industry. We're alive and thriving, and we're here to serve you, or whatever. So if they file bankruptcy, then that's tied up in bankruptcy. But they're still in a legit business now, and I think they're looking to sell that and sign off a deal on selling Yellow Logistics
before filing bankruptcy. Because it makes no sense why they've gone Monday, Tuesday, we're in the midweek already, and they still haven't filed.
Exactly, because that's an umbrella. That's a business that's under Yellow. If they filed now, then they would be tied up in the bankruptcy and probably have to be liquidated or sold at auction, where they can sell them now. And the other thing I thought of is, and I looked it up, is if they file Chapter 11, all assets, including cash, is locked up. They can't do anything with it until a judge hears the bankruptcy case and decides who gets paid. And in the case of a lot of these companies like New England Motor Freight, McLean, CF, and everything, guys got 10 cents on the dollar for their last pay and vacation time a year and a half after they went out of business. It may be that they want to sell Yellow Logistics and meet their last payroll before filing bankruptcy. If they filed bankruptcy Monday, they wouldn't be allowed to send guys out their last paychecks and vacation pay, because that would be, sealed until the bankruptcy case was heard. And these guys may or may not get paid, in a year or so. But it could be, and I'm not sure, nobody knows nothing. I could be wrong about all this, but it's just insane to see what's happened. If you put $10,000 down on Yellow on Friday, and you sold today, you'd have $100,000 if you sold it when it went up to $5 a share. It's just insane what's going on. But my dad looked at it all day, and I called him and discussed it and stuff. But I honestly don't think it has anything to do at all with them thriving as any kind of trucking entity at all. I think they merely want to profit from the sale of assets after bankruptcy. And I believe Yellow's waiting till they sell the logistics, and it might be also so they can meet their last payroll. But the Yellow soap opera, my God, and the emotions these guys have gone through the last 4 weeks, like, we got a reprieve on the loan. We only have to have $35 million equity. We're going to survive. And then a little bit later, they didn't pay into the pension. We're going to strike. oh, we're not going to strike. We're all going to have jobs. Then a week later, bankruptcy. It's just up and down and up and down. But I also believe they called that strike off so they could run the freight out of the system. Could you imagine if you were on strike against the company, a day later they go bankrupt, and they can't get the freight off the docks and out of the trailers because they have no labor? And Teamsters went back and had that talk with them on Sunday, and then they spent the rest of the week running the freight out. But had they had gone bankrupt, had they gone out of business during a strike, that the freight would have sat on the docks and in the trailers and been part of the bankruptcy settlement. And people may or may not have gotten claims on their shipments. I was at the Harrisburg Rail Yard this morning, and I'd been there every morning for the last week, and there hadn't been a single yellow trailer in the yard or on a train, but this morning there was 2 loads sitting in Harrisburg, yet the Carlisle terminal is a ghost town. All the trailers are lined up, and there's little crazy issues, like they have all these rail boxes sitting on chassis, right? So Norfolk Southern owns the chassis, but Yellow owns the boxes on them. So they have about 100 of these in their yard, and you have to pay a daily rental for these chassis to Norfolk Southern. So how do you get Norfolk Southern their chassis, but you get your container box back to Yellow in the yard for auction? So right now they're sitting on the chassis. I guess they're going to have to get a crane in there and take all these boxes off and haul them back to the rail. But it's just little crazy things like that. Like you have abandoned trailers and freight sitting in rail yards, and then you have Norfolk Southern's chassis in your yards and unpaid people. That's nonsense. Like you can't collect unemployment because Yellow hasn't filed bankruptcy yet, but it's common knowledge, like you don't have a job.
Mm-hmm.
But if unemployment tries to make contact with your employer, there's nobody to contact. I mean, obviously they can look in state payroll, and you get paid your highest quarter, for the last year you worked. They can see you worked right up to that date. You're not reporting any wages that week. Okay, Brain Dead, they can see he worked Friday from state payroll, and they can see didn't work Monday. It's common sense. It's just amazing. And on the Facebook groups, you can see this is going on all around the country. In some states, they're not paying these guys their unemployment because Yellow hasn't filed bankruptcy yet. Yet management got letters that they were fired, or done or let go, but the union employees, everyone I know, they were just told not to report to work, but they didn't get walking papers.
Mm-hmm.
So it's insane. It's kind of, I know in 85, my dad took a 2-hour work call, and he went to McLean Trucking Company, and then they told him to go home, we're out of business. And I had a buddy that was having a Labor Day picnic, and he was having a good old time and stuff, and he called off to take a personal day or a sick day, and the guy that answered the phone, I'll take all the time you want. You can have off permanently. I don't care. And he's like, what do you mean? He goes, we're out of business. And ha, ha, ha. No, seriously, we're out of business.
Wow, I thought it was a joke. Wow.
And so these companies, it used to be, they're in business till they're not. And there's some law to that, too. Like Yellow, do you remember? Well, I'm kind of going all over the place, but this you kind of seen coming because of social media. It played out on Facebook and in the talking groups and internet news. And, had this have been 20 years ago, these guys would have went to work this Monday, last Monday, and said
Yeah.
we're out of business, and then they would have had a skeleton crew run the freight out. So everybody just slowly seen it coming. But there was a lady that videoed. She was a salesperson for Yellow, and they had a meeting and told the salespeople, as of Friday, you're not going to have a job, and
Yep.
we're going to file bankruptcy next Monday. And then they went out and told customers this. And then they got kind of irritated, mad, and they called them back in.
And they said, call the customers and tell them we're not going out of business.
Yeah,
It's been
and
nuts.
they have this sentence like, our fiduciary, we're following our fiduciary duties, blah, 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 meaning it's like inside trader stuff if you tell certain people we're filing bankruptcy. So you start reading articles. It didn't matter if it was from FreightWaves or Wall Street Journal or New York Times, and whoever the interview was with. It didn't matter if it's Darren Hawkins or a salesman. Every single person said this legal sentence exactly the same way, meaning they were going to operate until the day they weren't and not give a heads up to anybody, the best they could, but they that kind of got sidetracked, with the social media post and everything like that. But yeah, it's a lot more interesting to watch this and not be a part of it. 30 years of that. Are you there?
Yeah, I was thinking you've got to feel like your foresight was pretty much spot on, because you said, I think come August, they're going to be out of business.
Absolutely. A buddy of mine, he's an avid listener to your show. He sent me a message today. He's calling me a trucking prophet. Said, is anybody asking you for lottery numbers or whatever? But it wasn't hard. I seen the company saying to the union, if we don't get this change as it's written, we're going out of business. For a CEO to admit in public, in writing, that we're going to go out of business in any fashion, that's pretty scary stuff. I mean, that's stuff that lowers your stock right away. You know what I mean? But for them to say that, they're in danger. They're serious. They really mean it. And a lot of guys was.
And that was the one Yellow proposition, which they, oddly how they got it successfully implemented out west, but then it was the rest of the country where the union said no. Hold the thought. We pause.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance. or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump has been indicted for election interference that the DOJ says culminated with the January 6, 2021 Capitol riot. Special counsel Jack Smith made the announcement Tuesday.
Today, an indictment was unsealed, charging Donald J. Trump with conspiring to defraud the United States, conspiring to disenfranchise voters, and conspiring and attempting to obstruct an official proceeding.
The Department of Justice claims Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election contributed to the riot. Trump's expected to be in court on Thursday to answer to the charges. Obama-appointed Judge Tanya Chutkan has been assigned to the case. A pair of Republicans facing criminal charges now for their alleged role in trying to access Michigan voting machines. Former Attorney General candidate Mac DePerno on Tuesday was charged with undue possession of a voting machine and willfully damaging a voting machine. Ex-state representative Dare Rendon was charged with conspiracy to commit undue possession of a voting machine and false pretenses. The two pushed claims at the time that widespread fraud in the election resulted in former President Trump's loss to Joe Biden. New Labor Department data reveals that job turnover in the U.S. has hit a 2-year low.
The data indicates there's been a cooling off of the labor market compared to pandemic-era trends. The quits rate has decreased from 2.6% in May to 2.4% in June, showing a decline in the Great Resignation that affected businesses earlier this year, although it remains slightly higher than pre-pandemic levels.
Correspondent John Schaefer. Wall Street closing mixed as investors weigh a slew of quarterly earnings reports. Uber, JetBlue, and pharmaceutical giants Merck and Pfizer all lost ground, but Caterpillar gained more than 8% to help lift the Dow. This is USA News.
O'Reilly Auto Parts' new Brake Best Select Pro brand raises the bar for the best aftermarket domestic brake pads and rotors available. For vehicle-specific friction formulations, QuietTech noise-canceling shims, and stainless steel hardware, choose Brake Best Select Pro. Professional-grade brakes from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Learn more at chase.com/business premier. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Account subject to credit approval. Restrictions and limitations apply. Cards are issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank, any member FDIC.
A New York City Council committee is approving a resolution in support of striking actors and writers. SAG-AFTRA President Fran Drescher testified before members.
Every piece of entertainment that we see maybe has one star in it, and then everybody else is virtually unknown. But they are the edges of life.
The council committee called on the Alliance of Motion Pictures and Television Producers to engage in good faith negotiations that will result in fair contracts for the Writers Guild of America and SAG-AFTRA. Writers have been on the picket line since May. A new lawsuit alleges J.P. Morgan moved over $1 million in payments from Jeffrey Epstein to girls or women after he was no longer a client. The U.S. Virgin Islands makes the claim about the disgraced and deceased financier in a new court filing. It's part of a federal lawsuit against the company, claiming it facilitated Epstein's sex trafficking for years. Lizzo is being accused of sexual harassment and creating a hostile work environment by 3 of her former dancers. The suit alleges that Lizzo pressured the dancers to touch naked performers during a live sex show in Amsterdam's red light district. It also claims Lizzo called attention to one of the dancers' weight gain. Lizzo herself has been a public face for the body positivity movement. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
O'Reilly.
Protect your engine with Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec is designed for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select oil filter for just $33.99, plus 2 times O-Rewards points. Limits apply. Choose Syntec exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, thank you much. Get that final hour underway here. I'm not sure how I missed it because I had printed up several stories from FreightWaves this past day, but this came down, I guess, about 3, 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon from FreightWaves, and it's kind of what we were just talking about. It's the MFN, Mary Frank Nancy Partners. MFN Partners is buying all this Yellow stock. FreightWaves yesterday said LTL Yellow is reported to be nearing a deal with lenders that will provide it funds as they approach a liquidation of assets in bankruptcy. Apollo Global Management, which is one of Yellow's current lenders, is reported to be leading a group that will provide Yellow with new capital in the form of debtor-in-possession financing, according to Bloomberg and Reuters. The investment could be a way for Apollo to secure a position atop the pecking order in the bankruptcy scenario. Apollo Global Management, the investment group, has first lien position on a portion of the company's outstanding debt currently. The U.S. Treasury holds first lien position on a $400 million tranche of the COVID relief fund that Yellow used supposedly to replace tractors and trailers. All right, we know the background, how things all unfolded over the weekend, unable to reach the deal and all that. Okay, debt. Yellow is facing a debt load of $1.5 billion, $1.3 billion of which matures next year. They've maintained in recent months that the lending group required this whole change of operation to be approved by the Teamsters before they would help them restructure the debt. Now, as we've watched, shares of Yellow stock have increased more than 4-fold since Friday's close of 71 cents. That's where the Boston hedge fund MFN Partners has amassed a 42.5% or 22 million shares stake in the company since July the 10th. Some in the industry have speculated that MFN's relatively cheap investment in Yellow is a hedge to protect a nearly $900 million investment in its LTL competitor in XPO. Shares of XPO have more than doubled since the beginning of the year, in part due to Yellow's troubles. The ownership in Yellow would allow the firm to partially offset a potentially much larger loss in its position in XPO in the event that Yellow were to actually survive. So that's interesting explanation as to what might actually be going on there. Had you heard that yet, Spaceman?
That last 2 or 3 sentences, I haven't heard that. It's all kinds of shenanigans going on.
Yeah.
You know, the rich get richer kind of thing, while 22,000 people look for an $80,000 a year job. You know, it's just crazy. But back at, you know, I stuck with them. There was always a way out. You know, this last, what was going on, you know, a lot of guys were saying, you know, it's scare tactics. They got money, they got millions, they cry poor every contract and stuff. But they're a publicly traded company, and you could go on their website, and by law, you know, every quarter they have to release, you know, all their properties and everybody they owe, and how much liquidity they have, you know, money in the bank and everything. And they had a way out, like, okay, why did they survive in 2009? We took a 15% pay cut. They didn't pay into our pension for a solid year and a half. And when they did, they paid it the last 15 years, 25% at the 2009 rate. So that was saved them from bankruptcy. And then they were a week from going bankrupt when the government loaned them $700 billion. Well, I looked at this, and the company wanted to move guys all over the country and have the bottom 25% of drivers at their turn point work the dock 3 or 4 hours and then go back. So you create one dock worker position between the 2 road drivers working the dock, but you don't have to pay health and welfare and pension. And then they could sell 28 properties. And then they claimed they could survive if they could do this. I thought that would be done by Christmas. But in March, when I knew, you know, O'Brien and the union wasn't going to let them do that, and that wasn't going to happen, and I see the CEO of the company say, if we don't get this changed, we're going out of business. So I look at their financials, which is public. They have $130 million in liquidity, and they're losing $1 million a week. You know, do the math. You know, that's 3 months survival.
Yeah.
And then I see things like Old Dominion they lost a court case for $75 million because they didn't properly placard a trailer, and some firemen died. So, and you know, with the trucking company, you have a truck that runs over one family of 4, you get a lawsuit like Old Dominion there or whatever. I'm just thinking they couldn't even survive a traffic accident lawsuit right now, and they have to sell 28 properties to stay in business. You're talking about a company that had revenue of $5 billion a year, and they're still losing $1 million a day. And I just thought, you know, at some point this company has to make money hauling freight instead of selling their real estate, and looked at what they had and how quick it was going to go away, and we had no more to give, no more pension or pay or give backs, and I thought they're done. There's there's no way, absolutely no way, that they're going to survive. And I called your show and told you they'd be done by September, and broke this down back then. And to me, if you took a good look, you know, it was common sense, because you go to jail if you lie about them numbers, those public numbers. So there was no lying or, you know, trying to trick the guys, and you know, it wasn't a scare tactic, or it was, you know, it's public knowledge that running the business as it was being ran, that you know, they would go under. And even if they got their change and survived, their equipment belonged in a salvage yard or down in Guatemala somewhere. They weren't going to buy a new truck for years. You know, and I was turning Richmond in trucks with 1,600,000 miles on them, and the newest trucks had 300,000. The ones they bought with the government money during COVID, they bought some new trucks. But with them being gone, it should. LTL freight was down 11% nationwide. You know, some of these other good companies, non-union, but well, ABF ABF made record profits while Yellow's losing $1 million a day, paying the same contractual wage or better. But with them gone, that freight should spread enough that it should keep freight rates and wages up and make these surviving companies like T-Force, ABF, Old Dominion, and Saia in business. I think the biggest winners will be whoever has unused capacity now can fill that capacity up. I'd say probably Saia and Old Dominion. Are you buddies with the guy that owns R&L?
No, not really. No, I never. I mean, they had come in and presented me with that certificate and whatnot a few years ago. That was just from
flag.
That was the safety guy. Yeah, the flag and all that. Yeah, because he was just kind of saying thanks for keeping all of our, so many of our drivers listen. Thanks for keeping them awake at night.
Right, I got you. I was just trying to speculate who might buy the Carlisle terminal. It used to be about 700 doors, and Saia bought half of it. They put a fence right down the middle of the two docks, and so they have 350 doors there in Carlisle, a good-sized terminal. Saia paid $30 million for their half, and just speculating, I was kind of thinking R&L might buy that terminal because more and more they're moving into the Northeast, and I think they have a little terminal in Lancaster. But that would be a perfect base for them to get into running Jersey and New York and whatnot. But I don't believe that Yellow is going to survive in any manner whatsoever except for Yellow Logistics. I think it takes a few days to get your papers in order and make a plan like that letter you just read, with Apollo finances and that, make your last payroll, sell Yellow Logistics, and they're done now. If they file Chapter 7, all these people playing this stock game, they're all going to lose their ass. That stock becomes valueless and disappears. Chapter 11, the stock stays and the preferred stockholders get paid first. Chapter 13, the stock stays, but Chapter 7, the stock goes away. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of bankruptcy that they file. But that could be a huge gamble. I almost feel like them guys, I always forget the letters. Who are they?
MFN Partners.
MFN.
MFN.
Boy, they're taking a big gamble. They could lose every mother effing, right?
Right.
They could lose. They stand a chance to lose every penny they got. It just makes you wonder if there's some inside knowledge there between guys at Apollo or Yellow themselves or whatever, that just to have the guts to put that much money down on somebody that could possibly file. How would they know they're not going to file a Chapter 7? How do they feel so?
Yeah.
But they are worth billions. Maybe 12, 18 million's worth nothing to them for the chance of what they could make. What's amazing is the U.S. government put $700 million into Yellow, and these guys they have 30% of Yellow, and these guys have 48% of Yellow for about $18 million. That's what blows my mind is, how they got so much at such a small price. But I was talking to a buddy of mine yesterday. I'm like, holy crap, if we'd have put $10,000 down on Yellow on Friday, we'd have made $25,000 here on Monday. It's at $1.70, and we're like, do you think it's too late? Yeah, it's not going to go any higher than this. That'd be a gamble. We'll lose our ass.
Then it hits
and then
$5.
It goes to $5. I'm like,
yeah.
But yeah, I wish I'd have put 10 on Friday. I'd have 100 today, But very interesting stuff going on. I'd never seen it. The whole Yellow ride. It just blows your mind. The ups and downs with this. The change. Will it happen? Will it not happen? And the lender, the way it was before, if they didn't have $85 million liquidity, Apollo could have told them to file bankruptcy. You know, they had certain profit levels of liquidity they had to keep. And then they went to them, although you didn't make your profits, you only have will allow you to go as low as $35 million and keep operating. Well, that's payroll each week. You know, that's why I got out. You know, I'm like, this company's barely making payroll. And look at that, they couldn't even pay their health care and pension, you know, to Central States or Central PA. And had they have paid that, they couldn't have made payroll. You know, it's just unreal. And they quit maintaining their trucks. You go in the shop and need a fuel filter or seat cushion or something. They didn't have it. They had what they call a spending freeze the last 2 months I was there.
Right,
they were printing on the back of paper.
Heatwave was kind of telling us where no expenditures, no parts, no nothing.
I went in and seen the secretary and needed something printed on a piece of paper, and she printed it on the back of that piece of paper was a personal letter about somebody else's alcohol test results. I mean, that's how you got to get the hell out when a major nationwide trucking company is printing on the back of personal documents. You know, it's unreal.
It was more than just trying to be frugal. In other words, they were so broke they couldn't spend any money on printing paper for the office.
Oh, right. They weren't servicing their trucks properly. They would tell you right to your face, we don't have a fuel filter. We don't have a seat cushion. You know, we can't fix that. We don't have that part. If we did, the mechanics were telling me that their parts room was bare. You know, they weren't ordering stuff to keep what they had on the road. I can send you pictures of trucks that blow your mind. Tape on the steering wheel all the way around. From the video, I got video and pictures from the floor underneath, like square holes with like the same floor mat that your feet are on is what you see under the truck. Like if you stomped it, you could put your feet through like a Flintstones vehicle. Yep. No heat shield on the exhaust, tore up tires, just junk, you know, incredible. Like you wouldn't believe it. So even if they'd have survived, they couldn't help their fleet up. You know, that if they survived, these guys would be driving these same trucks 6 years from now. and they were wore out when I left. But
so as far as like when they go to liquidate the value of all these trucks, I mean that there's not a whole hell of a lot there. I guess the terminals may be worth something.
They had trucks on the road that the value of the tires on the truck was worth more than the truck.
Wow.
Like I say, the newest ones they got were with the COVID money, and that wasn't much. You know, they have 350, 400,000 miles on them. And they were the newest ones. But I turned Richmond was, I think 540 miles, and I would get dispatched with a 15-year-old tractor with 1,600,000 miles on it. And they were blue and orange or yellow, like the old colors of the old companies, you know. I told the dispatcher there was a letter from Darren Hawkins, the CEO, in this color glossy monthly propaganda magazine. It said, run the newest trucks on the longest trips. They got 7 to 8 miles per gallon. These old trucks only got 4. So we ran to a railroad that was only about 20 miles away. So you'd think you'd keep that old truck and run 18 miles to the railroad back and forth where you're not putting many miles on it, and you're only getting 4 or 5 miles per gallon. And then run the new truck on the 540-mile trip, getting 8 miles per gallon, right? And then if that old truck breaks down, it's local. No, they would dispatch me to Richmond with the old truck, getting half the fuel mileage, and if I break down, I'm sitting on this side of the road forever, and then a massive tow truck bill. And, you know, a local guy'd run a 3-year-old truck, you know, to the rail, you know, getting 8 miles per gallon, you know. It's just stupid management, just ignorant. But I told the dispatcher one night, I said, I'll tell you something. You send me to Richmond one more time in a blue or orange truck, you can consider that my resignation. Right then and there, I'm done. And I got the hell out within a couple of weeks, after I made that statement. But it was a lot of poor management from the middle management to the terminal manager, just right on up to the top. I've never seen such just ignorant choices on a daily basis. And somebody made the best example ever on your show. They said, what if Rally's, and they ran good companies out of business. New Penn had the best operating ratio in all of freight, 82. Highly profitable company. Roadway owned every truck and terminal and tractor, debt-free when they bought them. And Holland was a good company. So you buy 4 companies. It's like Rally's buying Burger King, McDonald's, and Wendy's, and then telling them, don't make the Big Mac anymore, don't make the single, and don't make the Whopper. You're going to be a loser just like us. That's what they did. They all these terminals, all these companies had a niche to where their customer base loved them. They got a certain job done, like New Penn running only long boxes in New England. And you take that, it's like beer. When you go to spring breaks and everybody tries to get a college kid hooked on a beer because they'll drink that beer the rest of their life. A salesman only has to go to a company, say, ship with New Penn one time, and after they do it 2 or 3 times, they no longer call them. They just put 6 goods in the dock in a certain spot, and New Penn comes in there every day and gets it. Well, when you turn New Penn into Yellow, you know what I mean? They got rid of all these relationships, with all this one Yellow BS. And the redundant terminals and everything, it's just, it was the whole last 15 years. I hated the feeling that maybe I shouldn't buy this Harley. Maybe I shouldn't buy this pickup. Maybe I should buy this house. You never really knew if you were going to have a job in 2 months or not for 15 years, and a lot of guys said to me, oh, you can't go to UPS. You're going to lose 6 weeks vacation. And I'm like, dude, I'm going to lose 6 weeks vacation by August anyway. And Steve, for a fact, I've been calling your show 20 years. I always took 2 to 6 weeks off the first week of August. Had I just stayed there, I'd have been starting vacation on Monday. And I wouldn't have been able to go because I'd have to go looking for a job. And I might not would have got the 6 weeks vacation pay. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
That's the shape I could have been in there if I stayed. That's where I'd be at now.
So right now, a lot of guys are saying, hindsight is 20/20. You made the right call, though, and I'm sure you've probably got some fellow workers that tried to talk you out of leaving, but you made the right decision. All right, so hey, Spaceman, great to hear from you. Congratulations on that, by the way. So he's already got, how many did you say he's got behind him in seniority there at UPS? Pretty good. All right, got news break coming up. Hey, Mike, what day is it? And Carolina Monkey Gouger going to be checking in as well just ahead as we roll into the second day of August. All right, we had a big rally, protest, that would be outside of City Hall in New York on Monday. And it was not, Republicans pissed off. It was, hey, the Democrats that are PO'd at the Biden administration in New York. How's that happen?
USA News update. Former President Trump has been indicted in connection with the January 6th Capitol riot. Prosecutors say his efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election contributed to that riot. This marks the second time the Department of Justice has indicted Trump. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis invited Vice President Kamala Harris to Florida to set the record straight over the African-American curriculum controversy.
Now seeing this Kamala Harris lie exposed about Florida's high school curriculum, she tried to demagogue something that had been done by a lot of Black history scholars consistent with Florida law.
Harris, speaking in Orlando today, declined the invitation while continuing to criticize the curriculum. A new poll shows President Biden and former President Trump tied in a 2024 general election rematch. The New York Times Siena College poll shows both candidates receiving 43% of the support. John Schaefer, USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code STRONG for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code STRONG for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code STRONG.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, good morning to Steve there, Columbus, Ohio. who says we're just about halfway through the work week, chugging along toward the weekend. Yeah, we're already here. Gonna head into town, get this day started. Maybe we'll find some treasure in the trash today. Everybody enjoy the day. And you did the same. Thanks for checking in, Steve. And there's Truck and Phil, right on cue. Happy Hump Day coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Warming up to 85 in Fort Wayne. About 83 in Sterling Heights. The beautiful sturgeon moon in the sky. And, of course, we will have that second full moon on the 30th of August for the blue moon. Going, gone. Summer on the way out. I hear you already. All right, make that run. Fort Wayne, Sterling Heights, and back again. Stay safe out there, Truck and Phil, and Semper Fi. What do you say, Horse Feathers?
Guess we got to do, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it? There you go. Yeah, I don't know. You ready to put that cover back on that cement pond yet?
I know these overnight low temperatures are not boding well for the water temperature.
No, especially you do out without that solar cover that you ain't got.
Correct.
You're supposed to have that solar cover on there to retain some of that water temperature in the overnight temperature, not letting it evaporate off in that fog.
Yeah, the water temperature had finally got pretty nice this past weekend with those. Yeah, we had the one night we had a low of like 75 or 79, and I mean the water was really warming up. I went out there, put some chemicals in yesterday, put my hand in it, says, oh boy, it's going down quick.
Yeah, the princess ain't getting in now. You're going to have to take a road trip to the Florida Keys to get her in the water now. But so anyways, hey, I think it was On Tour. I think that Kentucky Ken said that division he was working for, and I think that's just a division of where he was actually already working. So I don't think he switched companies at all. I think he just changed mode of operation in the company he was with.
Okay.
So, but I saw something he had posted there on the Facebook there, and I think it was On Tour was the what he was referring to, that was the division that he's going to. So that other one that Spaceman just mentioned, I'm pretty sure it's not that he went to work with. But anyways, man, maybe you'll call back in at some point. Let us know. Give us an update before he gets to Seattle and how that big tour is going. So anyways, hey, to change gears here completely, last night you were talking about that wind turbine thing there, that little fan they put up there. What was it, out there in the Strait of Taiwan or some waterway out there by Taiwan?
Blades. What did it say? The length, when you go the full distance, the length of 2 football fields.
Yeah. So that ought to. You just think of the amount of oil that's in that generator. So when that thing has a catastrophic failure, the amount of the PCP oil and all that's going to be leaking out. But anyway, so my boss I'm talking to him, and he's reading some stuff, and he gets this alert that says that the notification that John Deere is going to partner with a company to build electric equipment there. So your lawn and garden equipment, you're going to have battery powered lawn mowers, and then of course you got to go into the commercial division, all these people that do all these lawn cares and commercial businesses and that, where they're doing the lawn care, and they got those big mowers. And so anyways, he's trying to figure out about what they'll cost, and there's no real estimation with the John Deere, but he's like, well, let's see who else makes these things. So I guess the Gravely Corporation, they have some mowers out, and to get one of these mowers is like a 54 or a 60-inch cut, the commercial type mower there. You want to venture how much a lawnmower costs to have run on battery, Your Honor, one of these commercial type mowers? You want to take a guess how much one of these mowers is? I
would have no idea where to begin.
Well, the gasoline comparative ones, they're usually somewhere in the mid-teens, usually like $14,000 to $16,000, $17,000 to get, one of these good commercial grade lawn mowers that, you run 8, 10, 12 hours a day, and 5-6 days a week, and that $36,000, Your Honor. $36,000 for the battery comparative one.
That's higher than I was going to guess. I was going to wager about 30. So.
Yep. So anyways, now the problem is that we've always talked about is the battery. The battery's not going to last for a full day's worth of mowing. So my question was, well, what does the guy have to do? Buy 2 mowers? And boss is like, well, no, it looks like they got it set up that you can buy a second battery pack, and then you can pull you can run for one for about 4 or 5 hours, and then you can pull that dead battery out and swap in a charged battery, and then be able to, finish
part of your day's work.
I mean, still 4 hours and 4 hours, still 8 hours. If he's got 10 hours of mowing to do, he's still not getting all his work done. But my question then was, well, how much does the battery weigh? Because, I mean, I know back in the day there when we were doing grocery warehouses and stuff like that, they had forklifts that run on battery, and it wasn't the lithium ion like we're doing now. It was the wet cells and that, and they'd have places that they'd pull, they'd have battery charging stations, and they'd have charged batteries, and they actually had like roller trays or cranes, and you'd have to crane the battery out or use a come along with a set of rollers to roll a battery out on a conveyor system to put it into where it was charged, and then get your other battery put in, because the things weigh 500, 600, 700 pounds for these forklifts. So my question with the lawnmowers is, if these things are 100 pounds or 200 pounds, people aren't just going to swap batteries out of them very conveniently, even if they do. And then they said the charge time for the batteries was 12 hours. So that means if you don't get parked, have 12 hours to plug each one of your battery units in for 12 hours. When you go out to start your next day, you're not going to have a full charge in your batteries to get going. So
wow.
Just unbelievable. One thing after the other that, people just, the consideration of what's going on. But I guess we'll have to see, because California's leading the way out there, aren't they? Because they don't want any internal combustion engines on all this small equipment there to gas. So, the chainsaws and the lawn mowers and all that. And I'm not sure where they're at with all the commercial equipment, but it'd be kind of interesting to find out. But anyways, that's kind of what we had going for you there. And so you're talking about the 2 full moons. Now is there any talk about a super moon? Do we have a super moon at all with all this going on?
Well, yeah, the one we've got this morning. This is. I mean, technically it was last night, but yeah, the full moon. That's a super moon right now, and then on the 30th, that's our 3rd super moon, last one of the year.
Okay, I was going to say it's pretty big and bright up there. So
yeah.
I thought maybe I'm actually going towards it. So does that mean I actually have extra gravitational pull because I'm going towards the moon, that that I'm getting better fuel mileage, and if I was going away from the moon, then it'd be pulling me back and I'd be getting worse fuel mileage? Or is there any calculations on that at all?
I don't believe you are an ocean current, so I don't think so.
All right. Well, anyways, so yeah, with that, I guess we'll let you get going there and see what. Hey, you said monkey gougers? I heard.
He was there
last night.
He dropped off when I hit the break there. So I mean, it's been a very, very unusually busy morning. I've had a total of 71 calls that got a busy signal.
I believe it. I was a couple of them. I had a couple times I tried to get in and got the busy signal. So I felt kind of honored that I'm here. So, but anyways, yeah, I heard the Scarecrow last night say something about reading an obituary there about a guy with a blue Peterbilt and a boat and that. So I wasn't sure what the whole deal was with that. So anyway, all right. With that, we'll let you get going, Your Honor, and let you do some due diligence for the last. You got another 15 minutes. You can accomplish
once we
here.
hang up, it'll be the first time we've had. We've got clear lines. Amazingly. Yeah, I know Scarecrow's been on hold a couple of times. We missed Philip this morning. Monkey Gouger had to go take care of business. But all right, it is 844-3388. This is a subject that Eagle's been bringing up on pretty regular basis as of late. That all the migrants flooding into the cities around the country, New York City in particular. And last evening he was kind of touching on, somewhat chastising Governor Abbott there for sending them to New York, where they're ending up having to, they're sleeping on the streets. Yeah, they're out of humanitarian space. So, well, it doesn't really matter. I mean, what you're seeing in New York, multiply that by 10, and that's kind of what we're seeing in places like El Paso, where literally city blocks in downtown, they're all sleeping on the streets. Now, it would be, here in a few months, it's going to be a different scenario. You're not going to be wanting to sleep on the streets in the dead of winter in New York. It would be not nearly as cold in places like El Paso. But I mean, these individuals, they're coming in and they're gonna be finding, if there's no shelter, they're gonna sleep on the streets somewhere. But the Democrats, yes, the Democrat politicians in New York City, a big rally, big protest outside City Hall on Monday, literally turning on the Biden administration for its handling of this crisis. They're saying this migrant crisis has taken over their city. The rally was organized by Democrat State Assemblywoman Jennifer Rukumar of Queens, who called the situation one of the most significant humanitarian crises her city has ever faced. This is an incredible citywide coalition. It's not only 60 elected officials, but also faith leaders, unions, employers, migrants themselves, and the people that care for the migrants in the shelters. Literally, the whole city's coming together to ask Biden for his urgent action. She called on the Biden administration to expedite work permits and form a plan to shelter these migrants, many of whom are sleeping outside on the sidewalks because the shelters are full. The president is asleep at the wheel on this one, folks, and I'm a Democrat, she says. That's the city councilman, Robert Holden of Queens. Where is the Biden administration? Now, after the Democrat mayor, Eric Adams, repeatedly requested help from the federal government over the past year, the Biden administration announced last week that it would be dedicating a staffer to coordinate a response with City Hall. However, local politicians claim that that's not going to address the problem. It's not going to get any better. From this moment on, it's downhill. There's no more room here. Another city councilwoman, Lynn Schulman of Queens, also expressed her deep disappointment in the Democrat White House and their response to this influx of asylum-seeking migrants. In the words of a famous singing duo, Simon and Garfunkel, who grew up in my district, to the tune of Mrs. Robinson, "Where have you gone, President Joe Biden? New York City turns its lonely eyes to you. Please help us, Mr. President." Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynosa, a Democrat, stood by the city's sanctuary status, urging the White House to provide more aid and finally show up. These other states that don't want them, we'll take them. But with that responsibility, we need partners in the federal government to say, we're going to help you solve the problems because of the migrant crisis in New York City. Democrat Manhattan Borough President called the Monday protest a cry for help. He said, if you told me a year ago or a year and a half ago that in the midst of a major refugee crisis, the federal government would not mobilize to help nearly 100,000 human beings that are at risk, I wouldn't believe you. But that is precisely what we are facing now in New York. Every one of them Democrats. And we'll return into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, Scarecrow made it back through. Morning, Scarecrow.
Steve, it's never been my plan or true desire to close out your program or come in on the tail end like this all the time, but it just happens to be the way things to play out. No, we assumed the Gouger was going to be closing program out, so I just didn't do nothing until I heard the crow call go out there. So, yeah, you and Horse Feathers there, you're talking about that moon. I'm thinking, how many sets of overnight drive listeners were cast their eyes up at that moon at that moment? And think of the thousands and thousands of individuals, Steve, that were glancing at that moon, and it is a pretty impressive moon at that. The whole yellow thing, Steve, it sounds sappy coming from me, but I truly do feel their pain. I know exactly how a lot of these guys feel with seniority. In 2001, our company closed its doors. I was into my 25th year with that company, and I was enjoying it to the point where I had, actually had vision of both of my boys maybe even being truck drivers someday. Well, that didn't go the direction I had figured, but so no, and it's cliche to say it'll all work out in the end, I know, but it is a very, very sickening feeling, almost a feeling of helplessness, to lose a job like that, where you think it's going to last forever, but no. So no, I can certainly identify with what the guys are going through right now, and girls as far as that goes. But yeah, there is an end, and sun will rise again. But anyway, okay, talking about the battery charging and such kind of relates to the publication we get monthly from our electrical service provider. There's just an article I just happened to glance across, a little bit I caught just yesterday, day prior, talking about all the solar collectors and whatnot out there right now. Well, this summer now, with all this smoke and whatnot from these fires, they say that they are down. These collectors are down 25 to 65% on output. Depending on how much smoke and cover there is at a given moment. So, there's no perfect world there, is there?
No,
either.
sir.
You talk about lack of wind and whatnot for the turbines and such, and you got to have sunshine. Then you saw the first time I tried calling in, talked about the misplaced news items. I touched on that last night with the Biden thing and the granddaughter. Well, kind of in the same relation here with the Trump scenario. I had forgotten about this, Steve, but my mom actually brought this up yesterday, and I do remember it. And she says a couple of her acquaintances, too, have asked, where is the video clip in the news where Trump is telling everybody to go home? On January 6th, at one point in time, he basically had said, no, we've got our point across, it's time to go home. Never again has anybody seen that, repeated on the airwaves. And it certainly doesn't fit the narrative of the right and all the media outlets that we're all accustomed to and such. I'm curious if any other listeners do remember that, but there's more than one of us that are questioning where has that gone to,
well,
and why is the right not?
And at the rally itself, when he was saying, when they were departing the rally, which technically all the BS was already getting underway at the Capitol before that rally even ended, and I think all the real agitators were at the Capitol at that point in time, but he told all the people at the rally, let's march to the Capitol and have our peacefully protest and have our voices heard.
Yeah, I remember that statement too. Well, kind of got mixed message there when you're telling them to go home and go to the Capitol.
Well, I think the go home call was maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours after things started getting ugly, something like that.
Oh, that could very well be, but that's certainly nothing that has ever been repeated on the airwaves and such, that at least from what I've caught anyway. So regardless, that's primarily what I had to get in the program. I was going to throw some more at the pan and see what came out of it, but that'll have to wait for another day there. So that's what I got for you.
We've had enough shish kebab this morning. Yeah, with that. Well, that's perfect timing. Let me see. We don't have time to get Blind Man. I'm so sorry. I see he dialed up here a couple of minutes ago. He was going to kind of give us an update on Amy and himself. All right, maybe if you wake up at an earlier hour tomorrow or whatever the case, give us a full report update there. But, yeah, Clock says we've got to check out here on a Wednesday. Have a safe day. Thanks for spending time with us on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.